Chapter 705. The sky-ceiling sand could conceal the secrets of the heavens. Naturally, it could even hide from the spiritual eye's ability to see through illusions. Such a situation caused Yan Chutian's expression to become unsightly. Because of the sky-ceiling sand, it was extremely difficult for him to shake off his opponent. As such, he could only face him head-on and search for an opportunity to escape. However, facing a cultivator at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, even if it wasn't a fight to the death, Yan Chutian wouldn't have any confidence. After all, the gap between the Heavenly Palace realm was completely different from the gap between the Yuanying realm. Otherwise, when Yan Chutian was in the Yuanying realm, he wouldn't have to struggle so much after stepping into the Heavenly Palace realm. However, he had no other choice. Furthermore, Qian Wanren, who was eyeing him covetously, wouldn't give him any choice. As expected, in the next moment, Qian Wanren, who was sneering, suddenly disappeared. Because of the sky-ceiling sand spiritual talisman, his disappearance could truly be described as untraceable. Only when the instinctive sense of danger emerged from the bottom of his heart did Yan Chutian immediately raise his right arm. At the same time, dense spiritual energy overlapped as he rapidly retreated. However, even if Yan Chutian's reaction was extremely fast, when the palm print that came out of nowhere pressed down, it still caused him to be unbearably shaken. On Yan Chutian's raised right arm, 5 deep finger marks had already appeared on the overlapping spiritual energy armor. After such a palm, Qian Wanren didn't give him any time to catch his breath and immediately disappeared from his original position. A moment later, Yan Chutian was once again pushed back several feet. This time around, even the clothes on his arms were torn apart. Although there were no traces of blood under his clothes, only Yan Chutian himself knew that if it wasn't for his 4th-grade mysterious young body, his arm would have been bleeding by now. After this attack, Qian Wanren finally stopped attacking. The dark green figure took a few light steps in the air, still looking down at Yan Chutian. "Junior brother, you are indeed not simple. I'm afraid that even I can't compare to the degree of toughness of your body. But it's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Even if you can fight against a level 3 Heaven Palace realm cultivator, that's all you can do. But if we can only resist, what's the difference between this and defeat?" As soon as he finished speaking, a green halo gradually appeared on Qian Wanren's body. The interior of the halo was filled with extremely pure spiritual energy. This situation caused Yan Chutian's eyes to widen. This was because he was well aware that this was the prelude to a powerful spirit technique. Indeed, it did not disappoint him. When the cyan halo of light continued to flow into Qian Wanren's palm, Qian Wanren's expression changed. In the palm of his hand, a cyan long spear constantly appeared. The body of the spear bloomed with cyan light, and there were vaguely patterns that resembled a cyan dragon swimming up and down. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly spread out from the cyan long spear. Wherever the pressure went, the space couldn't withstand a single blow. Like a spider web, it constantly shattered. Obviously, Qian Wanren said that Yan Chutian could only resist, which was equivalent to defeat. But in reality, being entangled by a level 1 Heaven Palace realm cultivator was unbearable even for him. The pride in Qian Wanren's heart made him want to immediately injure his opponent under his feet. Thus, a powerful spirit technique was immediately born. The cyan long spear shone brightly. At the same time, even Qian Wanren's eyes were shining with cyan light. Cyan divine dragon spear! In the next instant, he no longer hesitated. He immediately took out the long spear and shot it towards Yan Chutian. The moment the long spear left Qian Wanren's hand, it directly transformed into a huge cyan dragon. The huge dragon tail gently shook, and even the space was penetrated. The cyan dragon head had already appeared above Yan Chutian's head. A dense dragon aura surged out. Yan Chutian was very clear about this aura because his body contained the true dragon intent. But it was also because of this that he knew how terrifying the dragon spear was. When the dragon spear descended, even a level 3 Heaven Palace realm cultivator would have to take it seriously. If he wasn't careful, he could be severely injured. Thus, Yan Chutian didn't have any other choice. When the ferocious dragon appeared above his head, the profound yang energy in his body had already surged. Shortly after, as the palm on his chest slowly opened up, an indescribable profound technique descended. Profound yang. Devour. The profound yang devour seemed to be able to devour the most terrifying attack in the world. But in reality, it was just an illusion. Although the cyan dragon was constantly being devoured by the profound yang devour, it was extremely slow. It could even be said that it was blocked. The reason for this was that the mysterious sun swallow had reached the limit of what it could swallow. At the same time, Qian Wanren narrowed his eyes as he looked at the situation before him. He secretly sighed in relief. He knew about Yan Chutian's spiritual eye, so he naturally knew about the other party's strange techniques. He also knew about the technique before him. But the situation before him didn't make him lose his composure. It was just as he had expected. No matter how shocking the technique was, there was still a limit to it. If Lin Yan's cultivation had stepped into the level 2 Heaven Palace realm, then the situation today would be difficult to describe. Fortunately, Lin Yan's cultivation was only at the level 1 Heaven Palace realm. Even if Lin Yan could block his divine Azure Dragon Spear, he would definitely reach his limit. At that time, Lin Yan would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. When they thought up to this point, a wisp of pride involuntarily appeared on their faces. He had already said that escaping from the hands of Qian Wanren was no different from a fool's dream. At the same time, Yan Chutian's face turned ugly. How could he not know what Qian Wanren was thinking? So he couldn't wait any longer. He could only fight to the death now. With that thought in mind, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. Even though the cyan dragon hadn't been completely devoured by the profound yang devour, the profound yang qi in his body surged again. But before he could even fully unleash his technique, the huge pressure spread throughout his body. Even a level 4 profound yang body couldn't withstand such pressure, and bloody scars constantly appeared. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the strength that he had painstakingly recovered had been completely consumed. In addition, his injuries were even more serious than before. But no matter how big the price was, there was no room for regret. Yan Chutian could only grit his teeth and continue to realize what he had in his heart bit by bit. He didn't know if it was the luck of the sky-bearing empire, or if it was the result of Yan Chutian's consideration. Even though it was difficult, at the last moment, at the center of the profound yang devour, a surge of spitting intent continuously emerged. This was the profound yang devour. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the power that was swallowed by Yan Chutian's profound yang devour was completely spat out at this moment. But perhaps because it overlapped with the profound yang devour, when the profound yang devour appeared, the power that surged out was not under Yan Chutian's control at all. It only spewed out for a few dozen feet before it directly exploded. However, perhaps due to the chaos, the power that exploded and the destructive ripples of that terrifying power were many times stronger than before. Even Qian Wanren's expression changed at this moment. He didn't dare to resist at all and subconsciously fled. The terrifying destructive fluctuations wreaked havoc for more than 10 breaths of time before it completely calmed down. Such a shocking movement involuntarily caused Qian Wanren's expression to change slightly. He more or less knew that the opponent's method was able to reverse the swallowing attack in a strange way. But knowing was one thing. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he finally understood how shocking this strange attack was. In Qian Wanren's opinion, if it wasn't for this method, it seemed to have exceeded the limit of the opponent's control. Otherwise, he would definitely be in an extremely sorry state at this moment. But after that, the opponent should have been directly injured by the backlash and the destructive power that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. At this time, the opponent should have at least fainted. Thinking of this, Qian Wanren let out a sigh of relief. But then, when the smoke and dust that were stirred up by the huge movement finally dissipated, it made his expression become extremely ugly bit by bit, because in that messy mountain range, there was no trace of the sorry figure that he imagined, or even the aura. Chapter 706. In the depths of the desolate mountain range, an inconspicuous layer of soil was suddenly pushed open by a thin palm. Soon after, starting from this hand, a figure whose entire body was covered in bloody scars and whose aura was weak, continuously drilled out from the soil layer. The figure that emerged was none other than Yen Chutian. Half a day ago, when the mysterious sun swallow had not completely devoured the opponent's attack, he had no choice but to use the mysterious sun spit as well. Even though he managed to barely succeed, the price he had to pay for his reckless actions was that he had suffered a huge backlash. At the same time, the power that poured out of the mysterious sun spit was not under his control at all. The power that erupted from his body had also injured himself. However, he did not know whether he should be angry or happy. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yen Chutian had managed to escape. Although the price he had paid was huge, it had allowed him to shake off Qian Wanren in the end. However, this did not mean that the grudge between Yen Chutian and Qian Wanren had been written off. Although it was reasonable for the other party to fight for the mysterious sun essence, the fact that he had ended up in such a sorry state was already a grudge. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely get it back from him in the newly opened sky desert space. After taking a few deep breaths, Yen Chutian finally calmed down a little. Then he took out the crystal essences that he had put away one by one. From the beginning to the end, he had not had the time to see the crystal essences that he had put away. He only hoped that these crystal essences would not disappoint him. Otherwise, if he had to pay such a huge price for some ordinary crystal essences, it would be too late for regrets. Fortunately, these crystal essences did not disappoint Yen Chutian. When they were taken out, a rich crystal essence aura immediately surged. He hurriedly suppressed it with his spiritual energy. At the same time, he glanced around and confirmed that he had obtained these crystal essences. Among these crystal essences, the one in the center was the most eye-catching. This was because there were 3 crystal essences that shone brightly in the red crystal. These were 3rd-grade crystal essences. Apart from the 3rd-grade crystal essence, there were also 5 2nd-grade crystal essences and close to 21st-grade crystal essences. Even though he had to pay a huge price for such a reward, Yen Chutian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Once he recovered from his injuries, he might be able to use these crystal essences to polish his heavenly palace to the extreme. At that time, they might be able to make a breakthrough to the 2nd level of the heavenly palace realm. When he thought about the 2nd level of the heavenly palace realm, Yen Chutian couldn't help smiling. If he could step into the 2nd level of the heaven palace realm, it would be much easier for him to deal with those top-notch bronze token disciples. At the very least, Qian Wanren would never be able to force him into such a difficult situation again. Instead, he would have to worry about losing to him if he was not careful. With this thought in mind, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated. After setting up an alarm array around him, he once again circulated the mysterious yang, condensing qi to heal his injuries. This kind of recovery took a full 2 days. Only then was he able to completely recover. After he had completely recovered, Yen Chutian struck while the iron was hot. He took out all the crystal essences except for the 3rd-grade crystal essences and slowly refined them. The gradually refined crystal essence, qi, condensed into 2 faint red streams of air that flowed into his nostrils. Then the crystal essence qi was guided into his heavenly palace. Under Yen Chutian's control, he slowly began to polish it. The vastness of the heavenly abode was even more so for Yen Chutian's heavenly abode. Compared to ordinary cultivators, it was beyond common sense. reaching a range of 1,100 jong. However, although the heavenly palace was vast, it gradually became exquisite under Yan Chutian's continuous polishing of the crystal essences. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days quietly passed. After 5 days, when the last piece of first-grade crystal essence dissipated in front of Yan Chutian, his eyes, which had been closed for a long time, finally opened again. If someone could look at the heavenly palace in his body, they would see that the 11,000 feet wide heavenly palace had been polished to an extremely exquisite state. It no longer had the rough and blocked feeling it had when it was first opened. Under such circumstances, as long as he could find an opportunity, he would be able to open up the heavenly palace again and open up a range of at least 10,000 feet. However, for Yan Chutian, the range of the heavenly palace that he opened up should be at least 11,000 feet. Since he had already reached this step, he naturally would not hesitate. He slowly took out the third-grade crystal essence. Then, a red crystal essence could be seen floating in front of him. Looking at the third-grade crystal essence in front of him, Yan Chutian's face turned solemn. Polishing the heavenly palace to the extreme was the prerequisite for breaking through to the heavenly palace stage. However, in order to truly break through, an opportunity was required. Only by grasping the opportunity could he break through and open up the heavenly palace again. Otherwise, if he couldn't grasp the opportunity, it would be a waste of precious treasures or opportunities. In other words, if he couldn't grasp the opportunity to break through while refining the third-grade crystal essence, then the refined third-grade crystal essence would be useless. Therefore, when faced with such a situation, even Yan Chutian had to treat it seriously. However, he was someone who had experienced such a stage before. Moreover, with the third-grade crystal essence as a guide, he was extremely confident that he could smoothly break through to the second level of the heavenly palace stage. Huff! He gently exhaled. In the next instant, he no longer hesitated and slowly wrapped the third-grade crystal essence with his spiritual energy. Then, bit by bit, he grasped the illusory opportunity. When Yan Chutian began to grasp the opportunity to break through, the 1-month deadline for the opening of the Sky Desert was nearing its end. Therefore, in the center of the Sky Desert, there were already people gathering, waiting for the final 10 seats to arrive. Among these people was Gu Hongshan. When he parted with Yan Chutian, they had agreed to meet again in the center of the desert. While waiting, Gu Hongshan's face was filled with worry. He knew that after Yan Chutian left, Qian Wanren also disappeared. According to his understanding of Qian Wanren's character, he was definitely not someone who was willing to suffer losses. Therefore, there was only one possibility for him to disappear silently. He was going straight for Yan Chutian. However, just as his face was filled with worry, he inadvertently looked away, causing his eyes to suddenly focus, because an extremely familiar figure had appeared in his line of sight. This figure was Gu Yin. In the lonely mountain range, a figure had been silent for a long time. This figure was Yan Chutian. A day ago, he had completely exhausted the third-grade crystal essence. However, after a day, there was no change in his aura. Based on the situation, it seemed that he had not grasped the opportunity to break through. However, in the next moment, the originally silent aura suddenly surged like a storm. Looking into Yan Chutian's heavenly abode, one could see that the nascent soul little figure that was originally sitting cross-legged was now slowly standing up. The Yuanying little person looked at the exquisite sky above the divine palace, as if it could already see that it was the starting point of the divine palace. As for whether it could continue to open the divine palace, it would depend on whether Yan Chutian had accumulated enough power. Immediately after, without any hesitation, the Yuanying little person raised its right arm. Under its control, the power of the divine palace was mobilized to its heart's content. From the seemingly endless power, heavy axes appeared one after another. Although they were all heavy axes, the number and size of the axes that appeared this time were much stronger than when the divine palace first opened. After all, the current Yen Chutian had stepped into the divine palace realm, far from what the Yuanying realm could compare to. However, this did not mean that his breakthrough would be easier than before. On the contrary, it would be even more difficult. This was because cultivators went against the heavens and stole the power of the heavens and earth. As such, the difficulty would only get higher and higher. However, Yen Chutian had a huge amount of experience from his previous life. At the very least, breaking into the second level of the divine palace realm was not a problem for him. As such, after a wave of spiritual energy axes appeared, the range of the divine palace was successfully expanded once more. As the divine palace expanded, Yen Chutian's gaze was fixed on the expanding range. This was especially the case when it expanded to a range of 10,000 feet. This caused his expression to turn serious. This was because the following development would prove whether or not his previous guess was correct. Under his gaze, the heavenly palace, which had already expanded by another 1,000 feet, continued to expand without the slightest delay. Only when it expanded another 1,000 feet did the speed slow down. However, it only showed signs of slowing down, and it did not truly stop. Sogu, Chapter 707. When it expanded by another 100 feet, Yen Chutian's originally solemn face was filled with disbelief and joy. However, he soon discovered that the 1,000 feet heavenly palace was still not the limit. Although the expansion was extremely slow, it was still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a scene naturally delighted Yen Chutian. This not only meant that he would be able to expand his heavenly palace to 11,000 feet every time he broke through in the future. It also meant that he was certain that he would be able to step into the heavenly source stage in the future. This was because his heavenly palace was still expanding on the foundation of 11,000 feet. In this way, even if he did not expand his heavenly palace in the future, it would still exceed the limit of 10,000 feet when he broke through to the 9th level of the heavenly palace stage. In other words, as long as he broke through to the 9th level of the heavenly palace stage, he should be able to break through to the heavenly source stage if he wanted to. If news of this spread, countless heavenly palace stage cultivators would be so jealous that their eyes would turn red. This was because they were all bitterly struggling in the heavenly palace stage, trying their best to break through the limit of the heavenly palace stage. However, the other party could easily break through the limit of 10,000 feet when he stepped into the heavenly palace stage. How could they not be jealous? Knowing this, Yen Chutian was overjoyed. However, he knew that, if it was possible, it would naturally be better for his heavenly palace to expand as much as possible. This was the foundation of a cultivator, the source of the advantage a heavenly palace stage cultivator would have after breaking through to the heavenly source stage. In other words, breaking through to the 10,000 feet heavenly palace was only the minimum requirement to step into the heavenly source stage. If one wanted to pursue a foundation, there would be no limit to the heavenly palace's range. In his previous life, Yen Chutian had suffered quite a bit because of this. Even though he made up for it later, when he finally broke through to the heavenly source stage, his heavenly palace's range was only 11,000 feet. Perhaps 11,000 feet did not sound small, exceeding 1/10 of the range of the 10,000 feet heavenly palace. However, one must know that there was no harm without comparison. At the very least, as far as Yen Chutian knew, the 9 people who had ascended the heaven realm's 10 great prides with him all had stronger foundations than him. Fortunately, after breaking through to the heavenly source stage, he was able to guide his extraordinary heavenly source, allowing him to catch up to those people in terms of heavenly source strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to ascend to the peak of glory in the entire heaven realm. Returning to the main topic, while Yen Chutian was pleasantly surprised, the slowly expanding heaven palace finally came to a stop. Looking over, he could see with a single glance that this heaven's abode had expanded by another 1,000 feet. In other words, the range of his heavenly palace had already reached a range of 23,000 feet. Yen Chutian didn't know. Could there be someone in the lower realm who could expand the range of the Heaven's Palace to such an extent at the second level of the Heaven's Palace realm? But at least as far as he knew, reaching the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm with a height of 23,000 feet was unprecedented. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but abruptly stand up and raise his hand to slap forward. It seemed like an ordinary slap, but in reality, the entire 23,000 feet Heaven's Palace was mobilized. The power of such a slap could only be described as terrifying. With a slap from afar, a lone mountain in the distance was directly crushed to dust by Yan Chutian's palm. Feeling the power he possessed, Yan Chutian couldn't help but think of Qian Wanren from before. If they met again, he would definitely let Qian Wanren know that he wasn't a soft persimmon that Qian Wanren could easily pinch. However, Yan Chutian knew that the most important thing now was to obtain one of the 10 positions at the center of the heavenly desert that was about to descend. Only by obtaining one of the 10 positions would he have the right to speak and communicate with the Silver Disciple. Only by doing so would he be able to fight for as much resources as possible when the heavenly desert opened. Only by doing so would he be able to stand out and have a chance to meet his master. In short, this was a path that could only be taken forward, and there was no room for retreat. More and more figures continued to gather in the middle of the newly formed Great Desert. Not only were the veteran top bronze disciple present, but there were also dark horses that continued to appear. These dark horses were originally unknown, but now they were invincible in the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. There were also disciples who were originally at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, but now they were at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. But no matter what, no one had broken through to the Tianfuging fourth floor. Of course, this wasn't necessarily the case. None of them could break through to the Tianfuging fourth floor. It was possible that they had no choice but to give up due to the lack of time. After all, even if the heavenly desert had just opened, it was possible that there were crystal essences of the 4th grade and above. As long as they obtained such crystal essences and used them properly, they would have a chance to break through to the Tianfuging fourth floor. More and more figures gathered at the center of the heavenly desert. In an inconspicuous corner, Gu Hongshan was panting heavily. His entire body was covered with dense wounds. But no matter how heavy his injuries were, they couldn't compare to the unwillingness in his heart. That was because he wasn't necessarily defeated by Gu Yin. If it wasn't for Qian Wanren's secret interference, he wouldn't have been injured by Gu Yin to such an extent. As for the reason why Wan Jiren interfered, Gu Hongshan naturally couldn't be any clearer. It was definitely because he couldn't catch junior brother Yen, and after seeing someone close to him, he made a move to vent his anger. This was also good. At least it meant that junior brother Yen could safely escape. With junior brother Yan's performance, if he could break through to the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm with the help of the crystal essences, even Qian Wanren wouldn't be able to do anything to him. In that case, he could only wait for junior brother Yan's arrival and wait for junior brother Yen to avenge him. At the same time, Qian Wanren, who was at the center of the crowd, had an indifferent expression as he sat there quietly. It was as if the person who made a move in the dark wasn't him. But as far as he was concerned, it didn't matter if others had seen him do it or not. In the Cloud Sky faction, he still had to be cautious. But in this heavenly desert where the strong preyed on the weak, what did he have to be cautious of? Furthermore, which one of the people around him was different from him? They were just a bunch of hypocrites trying to put up a front. As more and more people waited in silence, a giant spatial map slowly appeared on the originally calm Heaven Desert Dome. On the faintly discernible map was an extremely grand scene of mountains and rivers. One could clearly see that in the sky above the scenery of mountains and rivers, 10 stone seats were shining brightly. Clearly, they were the 10 seats that everyone wanted to fight for in the end. Looking at this huge mountain and river map, everyone's faces became extremely excited, especially those bronze disciples at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm. their expressions were even more excited. Because they were at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, they were the ones with the best chances to fight for these 10 seats. Apart from them, even those at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm weren't qualified. After all, just the number of third-level Heavenly Palace realm disciples was unimaginable. There were more than 10 seats. As for those at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, there were countless of them. On the contrary, those at the first level of the Heavenly Palace realm had the least number of disciples. After all, this trip to the Heavenly Desert had allowed many of the bronze disciples to improve by quite a bit. The mountain map appeared in the sky, and in less than 15 minutes, it had completely descended on the ground. The moment the gigantic picture of mountains and rivers descended, the dignified voice of an elder resounded through the surrounding area, shaking the heavens. The 10 seats have appeared. Those at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm and above can enter to fight for them. When the dignified elder's voice slowly fell, countless bronze plate disciples did not need any orders. They all rushed into the mountain and river map at the same time. At this moment, only those at the first level of the Heavenly Palace realm could only look at the surging crowd with envious gazes. Because they didn't gain much in the Heavenly Desert Dome. They didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the final battle. But that didn't stop them from looking forward to who would obtain the 10 seats. After all, those 10 people would lead them, and they were the key to whether they could gain anything when the Heavenly Desert opened. Sogu, Chapter 708. After the numerous human traffic had all surged into the large mountain and river picture, an inconspicuous figure finally rushed over from the sky and appeared on this piece of land. The figure that had rushed over was none other than Yen Chutan. He merely swept his gaze around and immediately saw Gu Hongshan, who was seriously injured and recovering with difficulty in a corner. Seeing Gu Hongshan in such a state, Yen Chutian did not care about anything else and immediately approached him. When he approached, Gu Hongshan, who had sensed a familiar aura approaching, suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw that the figure that had appeared in his sight was actually Yen Chutian, his face was already filled with excitement and he no longer cared about his own condition. "Junior Yen, you're here." Hearing this, Yen Chutian nodded heavily and immediately asked why he was seriously injured. Gu Hongshan naturally would not hide anything from Yen Chutian and immediately told him everything that had happened. After hearing Gu Hongshan's words, Yen Chutian's face could not help but gradually become gloomy and cold. He really did not expect Qian Wanren to be such a narrow-minded person. Although it was infuriating to snatch the crystal essence from him, he could not find any words to refute. After all, in this newly formed desert, the strong preyed on the weak. However, since he could not snatch the crystal essence from him, he took out his anger on Gu Hongshan, who was close to him. Such behavior could only be described as vile. However, this was also good. When he met him, he would not have any scruples when fighting. As Gu Hongshan spoke, he naturally hurriedly told Yen Chutian about the 10 spots in the huge mountain map. Seeing this, Yen Chutian nodded and allowed him to continue recovering. He then approached the huge mountain map, step by step. Behind him, as he watched Yen Chutian walk step by step towards the gigantic picture of mountains and rivers, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but recall the disdainful look on the former's face when he was heavily injured by the 10 million rin. Although he didn't know how strong Yen Chutian was now, he still couldn't figure out how strong he was. However, he faintly felt that Qian Wanren's expression would definitely be extremely interesting in the end. At the same time, some of the surrounding bronze plate disciples also noticed Yen Chutan. Among them, there was no lack of people with good information. That was because when they saw him interacting with Gu Hongshan, they soon knew that he was the one who had offended Qian Wanren. Although they did not know the specific reason, they would be in trouble if they offended Qian Wanren. This was because that Qian Wanren was definitely not a good person. Especially in this desert, where there were no palace rules and restrictions, he was even more unbridled. Therefore, if he were to encounter Qian Wanren in that huge mountain and river map, the result could be imagined. However, no matter what they thought, Yan Chuqian's footsteps would not stop. When he approached the huge mountain and river map, he directly tapped the tip of his foot and surged his spiritual energy, charging into the huge mountain and river map. When he truly charged into the map, he could clearly feel that there was a mechanical gaze sweeping over him. Yan Chutian understood this because he already knew from Guhongshan that only those who were at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm and above could step into the map. When he truly charged into the huge mountain and river map, the surroundings suddenly changed, revealing a scene of extremely majestic mountains and rivers. Although the mountain and river were majestic, the most eye-catching thing was that at the peak of the most majestic mountain in front of him, there were 10 stone seats suspended in the sky that were as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, there were already intense energy ripples near the peak of the huge mountain, and spatial cracks were constantly spreading out. Even without looking with the naked eye, one could tell how intense the battle on the huge mountain had become. At this level, even a cultivator at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This also caused many disciples at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm to only dare to surround the mountainside. Only a very small number of people would attempt to set foot on the peak. However, those who attempted to do so were almost directly blasted down, unable to withstand the astonishing battle energy. It was normal when one thought about it. After all, the third level of the Heaven Palace realm had a Heaven Palace realm foundation of at least 3,000 feet. Such a vast foundation was enough to make them much stronger than those at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. Yan Chutian knew that there was no reason to speak of in this chaotic battle. If one could enter and withstand it, they would have a chance to obtain one of the 10 seats. If they couldn't withstand it, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand. Therefore, he didn't beat around the bush. As he slowly surged his power, he directly rushed to the peak of the huge mountain. The disciples at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm who surrounded the mountainside didn't obstruct him in the slightest. Looking at these figures, many people secretly shook their heads and mocked them for overestimating their abilities. There were too many disciples at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm who had attempted it. Even those famous veterans or dark horses couldn't withstand it. Therefore, in many people's view, those at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm were just witnesses. Only those who had stepped into the third level of the Heaven Palace realm were qualified to compete for the 10 seats. In the crowd, Lu Xiong's gaze was locked onto Yan Chuqian's back. He was also shocked that Lin Yun had stepped into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. But when he saw that Yan Chutian was actually rushing to the peak, his face was immediately filled with ridicule. In Lu Xiong's view, this was Lin Yun being ignorant. One had to know that even he didn't dare to set foot on the peak. With a single glance, he could tell that Lin Yun had just entered the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. What else could it be other than being ignorant? When he thought about how he actually treated such a fool as a heart demon, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. In Lu Xiong's heart, he couldn't help but feel deeply humiliated. At the same time, there was another line of sight that also locked onto Yan Chutian. The owner of that line of sight wasn't a stranger to Yan Chutian. The owner of that line of sight was Gu Yin. Although he didn't know much about Yan Chutian, he roughly knew that it was because of him that Qian Wanren secretly made a move when he was fighting with Gu Hongshan. Initially, he thought that Lin Yun wouldn't be a simple person if he could make Qian Wanren take his anger out on him. But from the looks of it, Lin Yun was nothing more than a brute. Even if Lin Yun was on the same level as him and his strength couldn't be measured, he was still in the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. How could he gain a foothold in the battle between third-level Heaven Palace realm disciples? If Lin Yun wasn't a fool, then he should be like Gu Yin and wait for an opportunity. Only when the battle was about to end and the battle for the 10 seats erupted did Lin Yun make a move. That was the only way for him to obtain one of the seats despite being the weaker party. They had no idea that the ruthless Qian Wanren couldn't even deal with such a brute and could only take his anger out on others. But no matter how they looked at it, Yen Chutian had already rushed towards the peak of the mountain in the face of the turbulent energy ripples and the shattered space. "You're courting death." The instant he charged to the peak, a disdainful sneer sounded out. Along with the sneer, a large palm print of spiritual energy struck directly at him. Looking at this scene, the crowd couldn't help sighing at how unlucky Yen Chutian was. They never expected that he would have to endure the attack of a third-level Heaven Palace realm disciple the moment he reached the peak. Generally speaking, the disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm had their own pride and wouldn't take the initiative to attack the weaker disciples. Soon, someone explained the reason. It was because Lin Yin had only broken through to the third level of the Heaven Palace realm in the Sky Desert. Although he was also at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm, he couldn't be compared to the others and had suffered a lot. Now that a punching bag had appeared, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Understanding the situation, the crowd could only sigh at Lin Yin's bad luck and no longer paid attention. Even if Lin Yin had just entered the third level of the Heaven Palace realm, he couldn't be compared to someone at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. The power of this palm strike could severely injure Lin Yin or even send him flying off the mountain peak. At the same time, Yen Chutian's expression didn't change in the slightest. When that biting cold palm wind arrived, he neither retreated nor evaded. Similarly, he circulated his own strength and sent a palm strike towards that violent palm wind. Therefore, in the next moment, countless people who were sighing at Yen Chutian's bad luck or mocking gazes suddenly froze at this moment. That was because they were astonished to see the two palm winds colliding. In the end, there was no sign of either side retreating. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 709. As the two palms collided, the power that surged out tore apart countless spatial gaps in the surrounding world in an instant. In the midst of the surging power, neither side took a step back. It was as if they were evenly matched in the fight. However, it was this evenly matched appearance that caused the countless gazes that were looking over from the waist of the mountain to be filled with rich shock. Because, in their opinion, Yen Chutian should have been the one to be injured. However, the scene before their eyes showed that both sides were equally matched. How is this possible? Lin Lin is at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. How can that guy take on his attack? Could it be that Lin Lin is exhausted? Impossible. Even if he is exhausted, how can a second level of the Heaven Palace realm block the attack of a third level of the Heaven Palace realm so easily? Countless cries of surprise rang out from every corner of the crowd. Not to mention the crowd, even Lin Lin, the disciple at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm who exchanged blows with Yen Chutian, had a shocked expression on his face as disbelief surfaced on his face. But soon, that shock turned into anger. He couldn't accept that a guy who had just entered the second level of the Heaven Palace realm could easily let go of his attack. Die for me! In his anger, how could he hesitate? He immediately raised his right palm again. This time he was clearly more serious than before, because when he raised his right palm, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was already surging. The violent spiritual energy continued to spread, wantonly distorting the surrounding space. In the end, it tore through space and swept towards Yen Chutian. The powerful palm pressed down once again. Not only Lin Lin, but the crowd was also watching with rapt attention. Their gazes didn't leave the two of them. Many people didn't see clearly before, so they naturally had to watch closely to see what was going on. Under the countless gazes, Yen Chutian's face remained calm. He only slowly raised his palms when the spatial distorting energy descended. Around his palms, rich spiritual energy continued to rise, and in the palm that no one could see, there was a surge of mysterious yang qi. Then he slowly opened his palm, and suddenly a light curtain was propped up around his body. Boom! A huge roar, accompanied by the power of distortion, resounded when it hit the light curtain. Amidst the rumbling sounds, there seemed to be a clear shattering sound. However, before Lin Lin could rejoice, he suddenly felt a fatal threat behind him. Lin Lin was also a person who had experienced life and death. Therefore, when such a fatal threat emerged, it made him subconsciously retreat. While retreating, he constantly propped up layers of defense. However, no matter how fast his reaction was, when that fatal threat turned into a sharp sound of wind breaking, he was unable to react. The power bombarding power still broke through several layers of defense. The power spread, causing his body to tremble, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. When Lin Lin finally stopped his retreating footsteps, the expression on his face was no longer one of shock. Instead, it was ugly. Looking into the distance, he saw the source of the power of the previous attack. It was the ant that he thought he could easily crush at the beginning. But at this moment, when they really fought, he understood that this was not an ant, but a fierce tiger that was not weaker than him. But how was this possible? The cultivation that the other party had shown from the beginning was clearly only at the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage. But how could the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage have such powerful strength? When Yan Chutian and Lin Lin confronted each other again, the faces of the people on the mountainside were once again filled with shock, because they just wanted to confirm whether Yan Chutian really had the ability to withstand Lin Lin's attack. However, in the next moment, not only did the other party block his attack, but he also launched a counterattack at the same time. And this counterattack actually forced Lin Lin to retreat. How could they not understand that the true strength of the other party could not be measured by the surface at all? His strength was probably comparable to the third level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Among the crowd, Lu Xiong's face was filled with shock and disbelief that lasted for a long time. He clearly remembered that not long ago, Lin Lin could only follow Shinhan and barely managed to get an intermediate contribution. That kind of strength was something that he felt disdain for and could easily crush. But how long had it been? Not only did Lin Lin step into the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage, but his true strength was comparable to the third level of the Heaven Mansion stage. How could he accept this so easily? On the other side, Guyan's face also changed. Even he did not expect this to happen. He believed that he was invincible in the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage and no one in the same level could be his opponent. But right now, there was a living example. How was it possible that he could fight a third-level Heaven Mansion stage disciple to a draw with the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage? At this moment, even the rest of the third-level Heaven Mansion disciples on the mountaintop were shocked when they looked over. They had seen the so-called dark horses in the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage. But a dark horse was just a dark horse. In their eyes, it was nothing. But now, the second-level Heaven Mansion stage disciple that appeared could not be looked at with common sense. Although Lin Lin had just entered the third level of the Heaven Mansion stage, he had truly stepped into the third level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Therefore, if he was only at the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage, he would be able to face him head-on. How could they not be shocked when they faced him head-on? Therefore, the atmosphere on the mountaintop seemed to have subtly stagnated at this moment. For a moment, Yan Chutian had become the focus of many gazes. Thus, at this moment, the 10 million Ren naturally turned their gazes to the former. With just a glance, Qian Wanren recognized Yan Chutian's identity. But even if he recognized him, he did not dare to act rashly because he had sensed the commotion earlier. Lin Lin's current strength could not be looked at with common sense, so even he did not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, in his heart, the fight for the next 10 seats was the most important. It would only be a waste of his strength to deal with such an uncertain fellow. On the mountaintop, the originally turbulent atmosphere suddenly subtly calmed down at this moment. But no matter how subtly it was, it gradually returned to normal after a brief moment. But perhaps it was because of Yan Chutian's action that after the atmosphere returned to normal, many gazes no longer paid attention to the surroundings. Instead, they looked at the 10 seats in the sky. Evidently, if a fight were to erupt, it would revolve around the final 10 seats. But even if everyone's gazes were locked on the 10 seats, no one made the first move. After all, the first to make a move would subconsciously receive the most attention. It would be fine if they were strong enough, but if they were too weak, the situation would become extremely bad. Halfway up the mountain, the crowd had also quietened down. Evidently, they had also sensed that the atmosphere on the mountaintop was approaching the final battle. At this moment, Gu Yun had already let go of all his emotions as his gaze was fixed on the 10 seats on the mountaintop. He had been waiting for the final battle to begin. Only at this moment did he feel that he had the greatest chance of obtaining one of the 10 seats. No matter how impassive the situation was, there would be a time when it would be broken. It was the same for the current situation. After a dozen breaths of time, a figure stepped out. Vigorous spiritual energy swept out, and a powerful pressure spread out, directly facing the heavens and earth. Many gazes gathered over and saw a black-clothed young man walking out from the crowd. His target was one of the 10 seats. As the black-clothed man walked out, the crowd on the mountainside started to move. That's Zhuge Tuo. Zhuge Tuo is a veteran bronze plate disciple. Before he entered the Sky Desert, he was already at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm. But even if it's him, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to obtain a seat. After all, there are only 10 seats. But there are dozens of people at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm. I wonder which 10 people will obtain the 10 seats in the end. Sogu. Chapter 710. As Zhuge Tuo took the lead to break the deadlock and dashed towards one of the 10 stone seats, the atmosphere of the crowd was completely stirred up at this moment. However, as everyone expected, even if Zhuge Tuo was a senior bronze plate disciple, it was still impossible for him to easily occupy one of the 10 seats. The moment he moved, the other figures moved as well. Naturally, there were also those who were at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace stage who clashed with him in front of the seats. When 2 or more parties collided, there was no need for any words. Immediately, there was a burst of loud competition. At the same time, Yan Chutian's gaze swept across the top 10 seats, one by one, before finally stopping at the stone seat at the end. To be more precise, he fixed his gaze on the towering figure in front of the stone seat. That figure was Qian Wanren. Yan Chutian was very clear that it was impossible to have the slightest bit of luck in the competition for the 10 seats. Thus, he didn't retreat or avoid it, and directly clashed with it. When he thought up to here, he had already taken a step forward, and his figure was like a ghost as he charged towards the 10 million rin. At the same time, Qian Wanren stood proudly in front of the stone seat. He had always been arrogant. This was not only because of his personality, but also because his strength had reached the peak level. At the very least, he did not fear the other senior bronze plate disciples and dared to face them head-on. Therefore, when he stood there, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Even some of the level 3 Heaven Palace stage disciples quietly retracted their gazes after seeing him and turned to look at the other stone seats. This was because Qian Wanren's fierce reputation was not small. However, just as Wanren was feeling proud about the influence he could cause, he suddenly felt a sense of pride. He did not expect that a fierce aura would suddenly appear behind him. The aura seemed to be faintly discernible, but the character that he had cultivated after reaching this step did not allow him to underestimate any aura. Therefore, he immediately retreated. At the same time, layers of spiritual energy surged out from his body and gathered towards the fierce aura. Clang! It was as if metal and steel were clashing against each other. Immediately, the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. After one strike, Qian Wanren relied on his powerful foundation to stand firmly in place without moving an inch. On the other hand, the source of the fierce aura was stepping back in the air. However, although Qian Wanren did not take a single step back, a deep hole had already appeared in the spiritual energy defense in front of his chest. Dense cracks continuously spread out. In the next instant, Even though he didn't make any movements, the entire spiritual energy shield started to crumble from the center of the gap, turning into specks of light that scattered across the sky. However, in comparison, when Qian Wanren raised his gaze and saw the figure that attacked him, an even more gloomy expression appeared on his face, because it could be seen that the person who did this was not a senior bronze plate disciple. It was none other than Yen Chutian, who had been forced to flee by him not long ago. Knowing that it was Yen Chutian, his face naturally turned gloomy. This was because he didn't expect that this ant would take the initiative to provoke him before he even went to look for him. Could it be that he thought that he was qualified to fight against him just because he had barely squeezed into the second level of the Heavenly Mansion stage? At the same time, looking at how Yen Chutian actually took the initiative to attack Qian Wanren, who was quite famous even among the senior bronze plate disciples, the gazes of many of the onlookers became extremely strange. Only a few people who knew the inside story understood it. However, even they didn't expect that Yen Chutian would take the initiative to attack Qian Wanren. Could it be that he really had great confidence in the strength that he currently possessed? So this was daring to take the initiative to attack Qian Wanren? Very quickly, the secret gradually spread. Many people roughly knew what had happened between the two of them. This made them shocked that there was actually a conflict between the two. At the same time, many discussions quickly rang out. Yen Yun actually had a conflict with Qian Wanren. It's no wonder that he would take the initiative to attack Qian Wanren. I'm afraid that even Qian Wanren didn't expect that the ant that had luckily escaped in his eyes would possess such strength so quickly and even dare to provoke him. Although Yen Yun is strange and unpredictable, he's still too weak compared to Qian Wanren. Qian Wanren is much stronger than Lin Lin. Even if Yen Yun is strange and can fight against Lin Lin, who is at the third level of the Heavenly Mansion stage, but in front of Qian Wanren, he's still not enough. Oh. Discussions rang out everywhere, but at this moment, the two people who were facing off were extremely calm, especially Qian Wanren. His face was previously gloomy, but he had already calmed down. After calming down, a thick ridicule surfaced on his face. He didn't deny that Yen Yun was somewhat outstanding, or else he wouldn't have been able to luckily escape from his hands back then. But if Yen Yun thought that he could fight against him after breaking through to the second level of the Heavenly Mansion stage because of this, then he was really looking down on Qian Wanren. Furthermore, he had a rough idea of the methods that Yen Yun had. If Yen Yun thought that Yen Yun would be able to display his might in his hands, that would be a fool's dream. At this point, Qian Wanren's face turned even colder. As he sneered, an undisguised chill swiftly spread out. I allowed you to luckily escape back then, but I didn't expect that you would actually deliver yourself to me today. But this time, you won't be as lucky as before. Qian Wanren coldly smiled. However, what disappointed him was that Yen Yun's expression didn't change at all because of his words. On the contrary, Yen Yun's extremely calm words almost made it difficult for him to maintain his expression. Qian Wanren, I think that if I beat you down here, I should be able to ascend to one of the 10 seats, right? Hearing this, Qian Wanren deeply inhaled a breath of air, gradually stabilizing his emotions. Soon after, his gaze was even colder than before as it suddenly shot over. In the next instant, as his figure abruptly disappeared, an extremely eerie cold roar resounded between the heavens and earth. You don't have the qualifications to step on me, Qian Wanren, and ascend to a seat. As the cold roar rang out, Qian Wanren had already disappeared. Many people's expressions slightly changed because, compared to Yen Chutian, they also knew that Yen Chutian had a spiritual talisman. His movement technique wasn't simple to begin with, and together with the spiritual talisman, it was impossible to track him. Thus, if one were to fight with Yen Yun, they had to be cautious at all times. Otherwise, if Yen Yun grasped an opportunity, they would be defeated in an instant. However, while everyone's expressions changed slightly, Yan Chutian still remained indifferent. The corners of his lips even slightly curled up. The first time he fought with Qian Wanren, he was indeed in a sorry state because of this. But now that he thought about it, he suddenly realized how stupid he was. When ordinary people face such a situation, it would indeed be extremely terrible. But who was Yan Chutian? How could his perception, which had been tempered by many years of life and death, be wrong? Moreover, just by relying on the rich experience he had gained from fighting with the top prides of the entire Heaven realm, he should have the confidence to deal with such a situation. Previously, he had actually been flustered. Other than being stupid, what else could it be? Thus, after that, everyone could see the shocking exchange of fists hitting flesh, continuously playing out in this world. However, every time, from an angle that no one expected, after Qian Wanren launched a ghostly attack, everyone was shocked to find that Yan Chutian was always able to block it at the last moment. Once or twice could be said to be a fluke, but it was the same every time. Even a fool could see that it was definitely not a fluke, but an inevitable outcome. However, no one could understand. Facing such a Qian Wanren, even those top bronze disciples had to be careful and would still be at a disadvantage. But this Yin seemed to be able to understand the opponent's intentions and could easily block the tricky attack every time. What was going on? Similar to the shocked crowd on the mountainside, even the rest of the third-level Heaven Palace realm disciples around the stone seat were shocked, because if it were them, they would definitely not be able to do it to such an extent. Chapter 711. Qian Wanren's face turned increasingly ugly as he failed time and time again. How could he accept that he, who was at the third level of the heavenly mansion stage, was unable to make any progress in the hands of an ant in his eyes? However, no matter how angry he was, he had to admit that the other party seemed to know his intentions and was always able to block his attacks at the most crucial moment. If he didn't know that the concealment talisman that was mixed with the sky-sealing sand could even conceal a spiritual eye, Qian Wanren would have suspected that the talisman had lost its effect. At the same time, in front of a stone seat, there was a gaze that looked over from afar. While shock flashed in his eyes, he muttered to himself, "What sharp senses and experience!" If anyone could hear this figure's words, they would definitely be extremely shocked. This was because if the crowd were to rank the top 10 bronze plate disciples, this figure would definitely be at the top. However, such a figure was actually shocked by the other party's senses and experience. However, just as this figure was shocked, Qian Wanren finally changed his tactics and abruptly retreated dozens of feet. Immediately after, a dense green light continuously gathered around his body. After a few breaths, a green spear gradually appeared between the heavens and the earth. Qian Wanren's spiritual art was definitely not unknown. Thus, when it was displayed, it immediately attracted a lot of gazes. If it was before, they were still shocked by the ability displayed by Yan Chutian and Qian Wanren in the fierce battle. However, now they felt that the situation was not good. After all, in the fierce battle just now, although Yan Chutian had blocked all of Qian Wanren's strange and unpredictable attacks, however, what he was about to face next was the powerful eruption of power from the 10 million Ferns. In other words, the display of spiritual arts was completely open and there wouldn't be many strange and tricky moves. However, this was also a clash of true strength. If one did not have the ability to block the other's spiritual attack, there would only be one outcome: a crushing defeat. They had never seen it with their own eyes, so they didn't know if Yan Chutian could still block Qian Wanren's attacks in terms of spirit arts. But come to think of it, it shouldn't be possible, right? After all, Qian Wanren had already stepped into the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. It wasn't impossible for him to be ranked in the top 10 of the bronze plate disciples. In comparison, although Yan Chutian had displayed many shocking aspects, his true cultivation was only at the beginning of the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Not counting the polishing of the Heavenly Palace, the difference between the two of them in terms of foundation was about 10,000 feet. The gap between their foundations was simply too great. However, no matter what the crowd thought, the green spear in front of Qian Wanren was becoming more and more dazzling. Dazzling green light exploded, and there were faint dragon patterns swimming on the spear. Yan Chutian wasn't unfamiliar with this spiritual art. Wasn't it the divine azure dragon spear that forced him into a desperate situation back then? However, he was no longer at the first level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Therefore, if he wanted to use this spiritual art to force him into a desperate situation, that would just be a fool's dream. Divine azure dragon spear. When the green light reached its peak, Wan Rin immediately let out a long roar. At the same time, the green long spear trembled gently, after which it directly transformed into a roaring green dragon in front of everyone's eyes. It broke through the space and descended with a bang. The ferocious dragon's head was directed at Yan Chutian, who was dozens of feet away. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious dragon's head appeared above Yan Chutian's head. It opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to swallow Yan Chutian whole. However, it was at this critical moment that Li Wudi's expression changed. Yan Chutian slowly raised his palm and faced the dragon's head. Immediately after, from the seemingly unremarkable palm that was raised, there was an indescribable fluctuation of power that continuously spread out. This fluctuation of power was the mysterious Yang Seal. The mysterious Yang Seal wasn't some kind of majestic offensive technique. The power that erupted from it could only be described as ordinary. However, when this seemingly ordinary power truly erupted, it forcibly caused the descending dragon head to be unable to advance even an inch further. Furthermore, the rigid dragon's head began to shatter bit by bit. Perhaps outsiders wouldn't understand this point, but Qian Wanren, as the master of offense, couldn't be more clear about it. He could clearly sense that the power of the divine azure dragon spear seemed to be restricted and sealed by something. Even if he tried to activate it, there wasn't much of a reaction. He could only watch as the dragon's spear crumbled. However, such an outcome was clearly hard for him to accept. After all, he clearly remembered that not long ago, when he used this spiritual art, he had clearly forced his opponent into a desperate situation. However, only a short period of time had passed. When he used this spiritual art again, it was actually easily blocked. How could he easily accept such a huge difference in power? However, no matter how hard it was to accept, the power of the dragon's spear had indeed crumbled. In the end, the ferocious dragon's head completely crumbled in front of everyone's eyes. Such a scene naturally caused the crowd to be fiercely shocked, especially those who felt that it was impossible for Yan Chutian to compete with Qian Wanren in terms of spiritual arts. At this moment, they were all silent. Because of this scene, how is it that the other party couldn't compete with Qian Wanren in terms of spiritual arts? Instead, he had practically suppressed him. Everyone could clearly see that Qian Wanren's powerful spiritual art had been forcibly crumbled under his mysterious methods. At this point, not to mention the crowd at the mountainside, even the bronze plate disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm in front of the 10 stone seats on the mountaintop had already confirmed that Yan Chutian had the qualifications to compete with them for a seat. Perhaps the cultivation that he had revealed wasn't enough, but the strength that he had displayed had completely reached the standard. At the very least, even Lin Lin wouldn't dare to say that he could so easily shatter Qian Wanren's attack. There was a greater possibility that he would be in a difficult situation under Qian Wanren's spiritual art. The more the situation was like this, the uglier Qian Wanren's expression became, because it was as if the other party was stepping on his reputation to prove himself. If the proof failed, it wouldn't matter. However, the proof had succeeded. Not only would the other party's reputation soar, but it would also be a slap to his face. Such a situation was naturally difficult for Qian Wanren to accept. Moreover, the other party was just an ant that had luckily escaped from his hands not long ago. However, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to act rashly. because Yan Chutian's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. Even if he could win in the end if they continued to fight, the price would be extremely high. However, his goal wasn't to defeat the other party, but to obtain one of the 10 seats. But if he had to pay a huge price because of the other party, how would he have the ability to continue fighting for a seat? Therefore, after coldly glancing at Yan Chutian several times, Qian Wanren could only grit his teeth and take a few steps back to rest. At the very least, he couldn't continue to watch the other people in front of the stone seats and wait to reap the benefits. Qian Wanren's initiative to take a step back clearly meant that he wanted to stir up quite a bit of commotion in the crowd. After all, no matter how one looked at it, he was taking the initiative to avoid the enemy and was unwilling to continue fighting. However, following that, a scene that once again shocked everyone appeared. When Qian Wanren took the initiative to take a step back, no one expected that Yan Chutian would actually take a step forward. Following that, undisguised words of ridicule abruptly rang out between the heavens and the earth. Qian Wanren, to run away like this, does he know that he is no match for the other party and wants to surrender the seat? Although everyone could tell that Qian Wanren was only temporarily retreating and wasn't willing to let others reap the benefits of the other party's battle. However, when Yan Chutian spoke in such a manner, the crowd couldn't help but think in that direction. Thus, no matter how the crowd looked at it, they all subconsciously felt that Qian Wanren's retreating figure seemed to be truly dejected. At the same time, Qian Wanren's expression naturally became extremely ugly once again. That was because he had already sensed that there was suddenly an additional strand of strange gaze among the countless gazes directed at him from all around. This caused him to want to curse out loud. Could it be that the other party was an idiot? Couldn't they tell that he didn't want others to reap the benefits of the other party? Chapter 712. As Yan Chutian closed and step by step, Qian Wanren's expression turned extremely ugly. He really wanted to curse. Did Lin Fan not know that continuing to fight would only allow others to reap the benefits? However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, saying such words under the pressure of Lin Fan would make him seem cowardly no matter what. However, his pride would never allow him to be seen as a coward in front of an ant. As such, he could only stare at Yan Chutian fiercely. The cold light in his eyes made it seem like he couldn't wait to tear the former into pieces. However, Yan Chutian didn't seem to know about it at all. He continued to walk forward step by step, facing him head-on. However, Yan Chutian really didn't know. Would this allow others to reap the benefits? The answer was, of course, no. On the contrary, he was very clear about what kind of impact this would have. However, after exchanging blows with Qian Wanren, he became more and more aware of the extent of his current strength. In fact, he even had a certain degree of confidence that he would be able to kill these 10 million immortals. Since that was the case, how could he possibly have the slightest hesitation? Naturally, he was going to cut down the 10 million immortals before everyone's eyes. This was also a good way to intimidate the surrounding third-layer Heaven Mansion disciples who wanted to fight for the stone seat in front of them. This was because Yan Chutian was very clear that only by displaying an oppressive strength would he have the highest chance of obtaining the seat, and no one would dare to challenge him. Otherwise, with just the strength that he displayed today, even if it was on par with Qian Wanren, it was impossible to stop the surrounding guys. Yan Chutian's pressure finally made Qian Wanren unable to bear it any longer. Taking the initiative to retreat just now was the limit of what he could do. However, if Lin Fan continued to press on, he really couldn't afford to lose face and kept retreating. As a result, Qian Wanren's face revealed a ferocious glint. In the next moment, his figure, which was originally retreating, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, his body was surrounded by surging spiritual energy that was like a raging sea. It was like a tidal wave that constantly surged up. Gradually, from the surging waves of spiritual energy, a giant cyan seal that was several hundred feet in size quickly emerged. The giant cyan seal looked ordinary, but when it appeared an extremely powerful spiritual energy pressure immediately spread out. Even the nearby disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm had a change of expression when they sensed the pressure. This was because they could clearly sense that this spiritual energy giant seal had accumulated an astonishing amount of power. If their expressions were like this, one could imagine how shocked the bronze token disciples on the mountainside would be when they saw this. This is the Qing Xian seal. This is the spirit technique that Elder Qing Xian created. I didn't expect him to have already mastered it. The power of the Qing Xian seal can only be described as terrifying. However, the flaw of this amazing spirit technique is that it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Even someone at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm can't support it for more than a few times. It seems that Qian Wanren has really been pushed to the limit by Yin Yin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to use the Qing Xian seal. Exclamations constantly sounded out from various parts of the crowd. They had to admit that their guesses were not far from the truth. Qian Wanren was indeed pushed to the limit by Yan Chutian, which was why he had no choice but to use the Qing Xian seal. Otherwise, according to his original plan, the Qing Xian seal was his trump card and he wouldn't use it unless it was the last moment of the competition. As the Qing Xian seal fell, the space shattered. The giant cyan seal seemed to be able to break through anything. Even the heavens and earth could only shatter under its suppression. But in the face of such an attack, Yan Chutian didn't show any fear. Instead, he slowly circulated the profound yang qi and displayed the familiar technique. Even when he was displaying the technique, Qian Wanren's face changed as a bad premonition appeared in his heart. He still remembered the strange, devouring technique that Lin Yun had grasped. Although it was barely able to devour his azure divine dragon spear back then, Lin Yun wasn't the same as before. So, how could he not suspect that the upper limit of Lin Yun's devouring technique would increase? But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so he had no choice but to release it. Thus, Wan Wanren clenched his teeth and could no longer care about anything else. He could only unleash the might of the Qing Xian seal with all his might. Then it rapidly descended towards Yan Chutian, or rather, the world he was in. As it descended, a thick spatial crack rapidly spread out. Even if it was just this spreading movement, it was enough to cause the surrounding third-level Heaven Palace realm disciples to subconsciously retreat. Not only were they alarmed by the name of the Qing Xian seal, but also because the might of the Qing Xian seal displayed by Qian Wanren could only be described as shocking. Even some of them believed that they didn't have the ability to withstand this spiritual art. As the Qing Xian seal descended, it easily crushed the space in all directions and shook the universe. But when such a shocking spiritual art descended, the technique that Yan Chutian had been brewing for a long time was finally displayed. As for this technique, it was exactly what Qian Wanren was worried about. Profound Yang Devour. The appearance of the mysterious sun Devour did not cause any shocking commotion. However, such a calm technique caused the gazes of countless spectating disciples to freeze in the next moment, because they could see that the Qing Xian seal that was descending from the sky was strangely disappearing bit by bit in front of Yan Chutian. When his Qing Xian seal began to disappear, Qian Wanren's expression changed greatly, because he didn't expect that his worries would come true. His opponent's strange technique had actually grown to the point where it could even devour his Qing Xian seal. But how was this possible? If the Qing Xian seal was devoured, would he really be forced into a desperate situation by the ant in his eyes? But no matter how unwilling Qian Wanren was, even if he tried every possible way to change the situation of the Qing Xian seal being devoured, he could only watch as the Qing Xian seal disappeared bit by bit and his connection with it was severed. When the last connection was severed, his face suddenly turned pale. Then he looked at Yan Chutian with a face full of resentment. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have hidden it back then and would have directly used the Qing Xian seal. In this way, this ant would have been seriously injured or even killed that day. How could there be a scene where he was forced into a desperate situation under the eyes of thousands of people today? But Qian Wanren wasn't someone to be trifled with. Since he was forced into such a situation, he had to pay a corresponding painful price. In extreme resentment, Qian Wanren suddenly stirred up the last of his remaining strength. But this wasn't the key point. The key point was that a green elixir appeared in his hand. Looking at the green elixir, even Yan Chutian's expression suddenly changed. This was because he recognized the identity of the elixir. It was the strong elixir. He was very clear about the effect of the strong elixir, but he didn't expect Qian Wanren to have prepared such a method. Strong elixir? At the same time, many people in the surroundings also looked at the elixir in Qian Wanren's hand. At this moment, no matter who it was, he had to admit that he was indeed forced into a desperate situation by Yan Yin. If it was before, no one would believe that a veteran top bronze disciple like Qian Wanren would be forced into such a state by a guy at the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage. But now, this scene was indeed happening in front of their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. But at the same time, they also understood that the guy who forced Qian Wanren into such a desperate situation was going to be unlucky. Qian Wanren was vicious and merciless, not only to others but also to himself. Therefore, if someone forced him into such a state, he would definitely drag the other party down with him, regardless of the consequences. But now this was clearly the case. And as if to prove the crowd's thoughts, Qian Wanren directly swallowed the strong elixir in the next instant. Then he raised his head and looked at Yan Chutian from afar with his bulging veins on his face that was filled with a sinister sneer. Then spiritual energy burst out from his body, and a powerful pressure spread out, instantly distorting and tearing the space apart. Such a shocking fluctuation of aura, compared to before, was only a little bit stronger. Chapter 713. After consuming the strong elixir, Qian Wanren's aura began to soar, and the aura that surged out was unprecedentedly strong. Immediately, the surrounding Heavenly Palace stage disciples, who were originally quietly observing the situation, hurriedly retreated several dozen feet. The reason for that was because how could they not sense that the 10 million Rin had already entered a state of madness? The strong elixir was never a good thing. Even if it could increase one's strength in a short period of time, it would also greatly damage one's foundation. Thus, even if they knew the existence of the strong elixir, they would definitely not use it. But since Qian Wanren had already used it, he would definitely not provoke Yan Yin at this moment. Otherwise, none of them would dare to say that they had the strength to withstand such a frenzied and reckless Yan Yin. However, what made them feel slightly relieved was that although Qian Wanren's aura was constantly becoming more ferocious, his gaze was not directed at the surroundings, but at Yan Yin. In fact, they could also understand why Qian Wanren was forced to his limits by a disciple at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. Thus, the target of his extreme resentment would naturally be Yan Yin. This was actually a good thing for them. After consuming the strong elixir, Qian Wanren could no longer continue to fight for the seat. No matter how extraordinary that strange disciple at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm was, it was impossible for him to be Qian Wanren's opponent after consuming the strong elixir. As a result, it could be said that in a short period of time, the two biggest competitors for this seat were immediately eliminated. This was naturally the best news for them. At the same time, Qian Wanren did not pay attention to the surrounding gazes as he stared at Yan Chutian with hatred. Then he channeled the violent spiritual energy that he was constantly accumulating with the strong elixir into his palms. Although Qian Wanren had consumed the strong elixir, he wouldn't really disregard everything and leave himself with severe side effects. Therefore, the strong elixir he took could only support him for one attack. However, that was already enough. Even if it was only a single strike, the power of that single strike was already comparable to the attack of a cultivator from the Tianfujing fourth floor. Qian Wanren was confident that even if his opponent could still use that strange devouring attack from before, his attack would be able to forcibly break through it. As for himself, So what if he couldn't continue to fight for a seat due to his strong elixir? He wanted to tell everyone what would happen to anyone who dared to challenge him. With that thought, Qian Wanren, who had a ferocious expression, slowly raised his hands. Finally, a green light divine seal was formed above his head. This seal was none other than the Qingxian seal. Qingxian seal, kill. In the next moment, Qian Wanren suddenly let out a ferocious roar. Immediately after, the Qingxian seal, like before, aggressively descended towards Yan Chutian. Although it was the same Qingxian seal, the power of this Qingxian seal was much stronger than before. After all, just as Qian Wanren had thought, he had poured all the power of the strong elixir into this spiritual technique. At this moment, the power of this Qingxian seal was already comparable to the attack of a real cultivator from the Tianfujing 4th floor. As a result, looking at this scene, whether it was the crowd at the mountainside or the other top bronze disciples at the mountaintop, they couldn't help but feel that Yan Chutian's defeat was certain. Of course, to be precise, it should be a lose-lose situation. However, this couldn't be helped. After all, no one would have thought that Qian Wanren would be so crazy as to not hesitate to do such a thing that would harm others without benefiting himself. As for whether or not Yan Chutian could block Qian Wanren's attack, no one would even think about it. After all, anyone with discerning eyes could see just how powerful Qian Wanren's attack was. This was an attack that he had unleashed at all costs, one that was comparable to the power of the Tianfujing 4th floor. Boom! In the next moment, the Qingxian seal had already descended with a loud rumble, directly facing Yan Chutian's body. However, when the earth-shattering explosion sounded out, many people couldn't help but be stunned. This was because they were shocked to discover that the source of the explosion was actually 3 meters away from the top of Yan Chutian's head. This is a formation. It was unknown who was the first to cry out in alarm, but soon after, countless gazes that were looking at the void froze. This was because they also understood that the blocking force seemed to be the power of a formation. At this moment, many disciples seemed to have suddenly recalled that they seemed to have vaguely heard that the other party's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were extraordinary. However, they had never seen it with their own eyes, so they weren't sure if it was true or not. However, at this moment, when they saw it with their own eyes, they were finally convinced that the other party's Tao of Arrays had truly reached a level that could not be underestimated. However, it was only for an instant. Accompanied by a clear, shattering sound, many disciples calmed down their gazes. This was because they had already seen that under the suppression of the Qingxian seal, even the defensive formation wouldn't be able to last for a few breaths of time. This scene also caused Qian Wanren's face to slightly change. However, in the end, his slightly changed face regained its calmness. This was because he had also seen that even though he didn't know when the other party had laid down such a defensive formation, it was still unable to withstand the attack. However, even this array couldn't block his attack. After all, the power of his attack had already reached the 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm, and the situation before his eyes was exactly so. The following situation was just as Qian Wanren had expected. The defensive formation was forcefully torn apart by the Qingxian seal. Immediately after, it continued to press forward with an unstoppable aura. In the next moment, a huge rumbling sound truly resounded throughout the world. Energy ripples spread out, immediately tearing apart the space between the heavens and the earth, disrupting everyone's vision. The Qingxian seal had completely suppressed this attack, and the backlash immediately attacked Qian Wanren's entire body, causing his body to tremble and directly fall from the sky. However, even though he had miserably smashed onto the ground, the pale-faced Qian Wanren still had a sinister smile on his face as he looked at the source of the astonishing energy fluctuation. Since the other party dared to force him to such an extent, then the other party would have to bear an even more miserable fate than him. It seemed that the other party had already fainted from his heavy injuries, or even truly died a tragic death, right? At the same time, the countless gazes in the surrounding world that were looking at the source of the turbulent energy also secretly shook their heads. To be honest, Yan Chutian's performance had already stunned everyone. That was because he was only at the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage. To be able to achieve such a feat, there was no second person among the bronze disciples. However, no matter how stunning he was, he could only consider himself unlucky to have offended Qian Wanren, who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Even now, in the eyes of the crowd, he was lucky to be able to preserve his life under such a terrifying attack. The turbulent energy ripples wreaked havoc for a long time before finally, gradually dissipating. Immediately after, the extremely damaged space also slowly returned to normal. However, in contrast, the land that was ravaged by the energy had already been shattered and was in a mess for several miles. It was only this scene that allowed the crowd to clearly realize how terrifying the attack from before was. However, when they looked all the way to the depths of the messy land, countless gazes suddenly froze. Moreover, as those gazes froze, the atmosphere between the heavens and the earth also immediately became deathly silent. That was because they could see that in the center of the extremely damaged land, there was actually still an extremely damaged spiritual energy barrier that still existed. Although the spiritual energy barrier was extremely damaged, it was densely covered with cracks, as if it would directly shatter with just a light touch. Even so, it could not be denied that the spiritual energy barrier was currently in perfect condition. Such a scene involuntarily made many people think of a situation that they did not even dare to imagine before. Could it be that ka-ka? A clear shattering sound slowly rang out again. At this moment, in the deathly silent heavens and earth, it was extremely ear-piercing. Looking over, they could clearly see that the damaged spiritual energy barrier was rapidly collapsing. Following the collapse of the spiritual energy barrier, a figure that was in a sorry state finally appeared in front of the crowd. Although the figure was in a sorry state, anyone could see that the figure's aura was still intact, and there was no sign of serious injuries. In other words, the other party was actually as they thought, and blocked the attack of Qian Wanren that was comparable to the Tianfujing fourth floor realm. Chapter 714. The atmosphere on the gigantic mountain that was originally filled with energy instantly became deathly silent. Shockingly, one could see that countless pairs of shocked gazes, as though they had seen a ghost, were firmly locked onto a similarly miserable-looking figure within the extremely messy land. However, no matter how miserable this figure was, no one dared to underestimate him. Because just now, everyone had seen with their own eyes that the other party had actually forcefully blocked the attack of Qian Wanren, who had recklessly consumed the strong elixir. One had to know that after consuming the strong elixir, the power of Qian Wanren's attack was comparable to that of a true cultivator from the Tianfujing fourth floor. Even if it was the other top bronze disciple S who were on par with him, none of them would dare to say that they would be able to block such an attack. However, this scene was so real that it appeared between heaven and earth. Thus, how could this not cause everyone to be shocked and lose their minds? At the same time, the person who was the most shocked was naturally Qian Wanren himself. One had to know that he did not hesitate to damage his foundation to consume the strong elixir and launch his previous attack. However, even after paying such a huge price, he was still unable to do anything to his opponent. How could he accept such an outcome? Therefore, at the first moment, he subconsciously thought that there was an illusion in front of his eyes. The real situation definitely couldn't be like this. However, no matter how he rubbed his eyes and tried to see through the illusion in front of him, the final result was that he saw a figure in a sorry state standing quietly in the depths of the shattered earth. Because this was not an illusion at all, but reality. Huff! Exhaling a deep breath, Yan Chutian's face could not help but reveal a hint of paleness. He had indeed blocked Qian Wanren's extremely crazy attack from before. However, this did not mean that he was safe and sound. After all, Qian Wanren's previous attack was comparable to the strength of a cultivator from the Tianfujing fourth floor. Thus, Even if Yen Chutian was able to block it, he would have to pay a huge price and consume a lot of energy. However, since he had already paid such an enormous price, he would definitely not allow Qian Wanren to have an easy time. Therefore, in the next moment, even though his own condition was not good, Yen Chutian still took a step forward, leaving behind afterimages as he headed straight for the other side of the mountain peak, towards the weakened Qian Wanren. If it was before he had taken the strong elixir, Qian Wanren would naturally not be afraid of such an attack and would directly face it head-on. However, at this moment, the backlash from the strong elixir was still wreaking havoc in his body. Thus, how could he have the courage to face the former? Therefore, Qian Wanren subconsciously dragged his injured body and retreated. However, how could his current speed compare to Yen Chutian's? Even though he tried to escape, Yen Chutian suddenly appeared behind him and punched him. Bang! The muffled sound of fist and flesh colliding immediately rang out. Accompanied by the heavy sound, Qian Wanren's body fell straight to the ground like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the depths of the earth. When the commotion gradually subsided, everyone's eyelids couldn't help but twitch as they looked at the similarly messy ground and the battered and exhausted figure covered in blood. They could clearly feel that at this moment, Qian Wanren was truly on the verge of death, heavily injured and unconscious. None of them would have thought that Yen Chutian, who they thought had been heavily injured or even killed by Qian Wanren, would actually injure Qian Wanren to such a miserable state at this moment. At the same time, looking at the unconscious Qian Wanren below, Yen Chutian let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately after, he secretly circulated the mystic sun, condensing qi. At the same time, he quickly swept his gaze and looked at the other third-level Heaven Palace disciples gathered in front of the seats. Even though he was able to sense that they had been awed by his performance, he was still able to sense that they had been awed by him. He couldn't be sure if these disciples would still compete with him for the seats in front of him, because if he was in their shoes, he would never give up the fight for the seats. Therefore, he had to be on guard against them at all times. And, as expected, it was not out of Yen Chutian's expectations. Although the other third-level Heaven Palace disciples were shocked by his performance, the originally deathly silent atmosphere no longer existed after a few breaths. Several gazes inadvertently looked towards the seats. Obviously, no matter how shocking Yen Chutian's performance was, it was impossible for them to give up the seats in front of them. Not to mention, in their opinion, even if Yen Chutian defeated Qian Wanren, he must have reached his limit. As such, it was no different from what they had guessed before, the result of both sides suffering heavy injuries. But before that, they had to chase the other party down first. With that thought, one of the white-haired youths took the initiative to step out and face Yen Chutian. Looking at the white-haired youth, Yen Chutian couldn't help but inwardly sigh. As expected, these third-level Heaven Palace disciples would never give up the fight for the seats. But this was also good. He wanted to show that he still had the ability to fight for the seats, so he needed someone to prove it. The white-haired youth had a solemn expression. After the previous scene, even if his cultivation was higher than the former, he didn't dare to underestimate him, because he knew that if it was him, he didn't have the slightest confidence in blocking Qian Wanren's crazy attack. So from the beginning, the white-haired youth circulated his spiritual energy with all his strength. The blue aura constantly climbed on his arms and palms. The aura grew denser and denser, gradually covering the two arms. His arms and palms were completely covered, forming a layer of blue armor. The mysterious lines on the armor pulsated. The aura that surged out was extremely thick and deep. It was as though no matter how frightening an attack descended, it could be blocked by the defense formed by the two arms and palms. The white-haired youth actually prepared a defensive technique from the beginning. One had to admit that he was extremely cautious. After the blue gauntlet appeared, the white-haired youth took a heavy step forward, shattering the space on the ground. Borrowing the rebounding force, He brazenly sent a punch towards Yan Chutian. Seeing the incoming fist, the crowd, especially those disciples at the third level of the Heaven Mansion realm, quickly focused their attention on Yan Chutian. Even if they were guessing that the former had reached his limit, they still had some doubts, because there was a precedent like this before. Just when they thought that the other party had reached his limit and was about to be defeated by Qian Wanren, he suddenly burst out. However, he suddenly erupted and turned the situation around. At the same time, in the face of the white-haired youth's punch, Yan Chutian did not retreat or avoid it. He was very clear that if he showed any signs of retreating, then this seat would not belong to him. Only by showing strength from the beginning to the end could he occupy this seat. Then, the heavy sound of the fist colliding rang out again. Under this blow, the white-haired youth took a few steps back. On the other hand, Yan Chutian did the same. However, even with such a situation, everyone still looked at Yan Chutian with astonishment in their eyes. It was hard for them to imagine that the other party had fought with Qian Wanren to such an extent. No matter what, he should have reached his limit. But now he actually had the power to fight a third-level Heaven Palace disciple head-on. Could it be that his foundation was endless? After the collision, the white-haired youth's eyes were filled with shock. Although he admitted that he couldn't compare to Qian Wanren, he wasn't too far off. But after defeating Qian Wanren, his opponent could still fight with him head-on. Was his cultivation really only at the second level of Heaven Palace realm? The white-haired youth was bewildered, so he didn't dare to act rashly, because he didn't want to end up like Qian Wanren. After all, he took the initiative to attack because he thought that he could easily blast his opponent off the mountain peak, and not be foolishly used as a tool by others. Seeing that the white-haired youth didn't dare to act rashly, Yan Chutian secretly let out a sigh of relief, because the current him couldn't be said to be in a good situation. Blocking Qian Wanren's crazy attack was not a small price for him. Moreover, it was thanks to the defensive formation that he had secretly set up, as well as the defensive ability of the 4th grade Profound Yang Body. Otherwise, even if it was him, Yan Chutian, he wouldn't be able to enter the top 10 today. Sogu. Chapter 7:15. The atmosphere stiffened once more. Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief as he frantically circulated the profound yang condensation aura to recover from his injuries. At this moment, the profound yang condensation aura, a powerful recovery technique from the profound yang scripture, showed its effects once more. Under the frenzied circulation, the spiritual energy that he had consumed was quickly replenished. As for the injuries on his body, the 4th grade profound yang physique could slowly recover as he recuperated. Although the short stalemate quickly passed, such a short period of time to recover had given Yan Chutian quite a bit of breathing space. When the stalemate ended, the chaotic battle erupted. Although Yan Chutian had not recovered much, he wasn't in an awkward position like before. As his movement technique changed, he nimbly dodged all the spiritual techniques that were directed at him. If there were really some unreasonable people, they would be able to give them a taste of their own medicine and make them stop in their tracks. After all, this was a chaotic battle, and everyone's target was the last stage. Hence, it was impossible for them to work together. Under such a situation, Yan Chutian would naturally be able to handle it with ease. At the same time, the chaotic battle before the other 9 stages was also getting more and more intense. Gradually, there were elites that stood out from the crowd. This made the disciples that were watching from the waist of the mountain understand that if nothing happened, the bronze token disciples that stood out from the crowd would probably be the winners of the 10 stages. This situation caused Lu Xiong, who was in the crowd, to be filled with jealousy and shock to the point where it was about to shoot out. That was because he could clearly see that if this continued, Yan Chutian would truly suppress those top-notch bronze plate disciples and become the owner of the 10th seat. When he thought of this possibility, Lu Xiong felt even more humiliated. If Lin Yin really obtained one of the 10 stages, It meant that he would be under Lin Yun's command when the sky desert opened. But how could this be? Not to mention that Lin Yun was only at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. There was also the grudge between them. Just thinking about the next time they met and how Lin Yun looked down on him made Lu Xiong feel so humiliated that he wanted to die. On the other side of the crowd, Gu Yin slowly restrained his expression. Originally, he wanted to seize the opportunity to fight for a seat. However, when he saw the desperate battle between Yan Chutian and Chen Wanren, he gave up on the idea. He hadn't stepped into the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, nor did he possess an unbelievable strength like Yan Chutian. Thus, no matter how good the timing was, it would still be difficult to avoid failure in the end. Since he knew that the chances of failure were higher, he naturally wouldn't waste his energy. It was better for him to hide. In any case, when the sky desert opened, there would be a greater chance for him to rise up and step into the third or even fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm. At that time, it would be his moment of glory. After a series of intense battles, the battle was finally coming to an end. As for this result, it was just as everyone had expected. The geniuses that stood out in front of every single seat gradually occupied the seats, forcing the disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm to take a step back. Another quarter of an hour later, the battle for the seats finally came to an end. As the commotion subsided, there would be a top-notch bronze disciple, whose entire body was dyed in blood, but whose fighting spirit was extremely high, standing on a stone seat at the back. When the bronze disciples saw those figures, they couldn't help showing respect on their faces, because those figures didn't rely on luck to stand out in the crowd. All of them had fought their way up to their seats with their own strength under the watchful eyes of the crowd. If one were to talk about the most outstanding one, it would naturally be Yan Chutian. After all, his cultivation was only at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. Being able to occupy a seat with his cultivation at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm made him unique among the 10. Naturally, he was also the most shocking one. Compared to him, the so-called dark horses in the second and third level of the Heaven Palace realm paled in comparison. No one could be compared to him. At this moment, Yan Chutian didn't feel any glory. He only felt relieved when he finally occupied a seat. Because he had to occupy one of the 10 seats, he couldn't afford to lose it. This matter concerned whether he could dazzle everyone when the sky desert opened and take the opportunity to meet his master. Fortunately, although the process was complicated, there were no accidents in the end. Even though he was only at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm, he still occupied one of the 10 seats. By relying on this identity, when the Heavenly Desert opened, he would have the status of being able to speak directly with the silver medallion disciples. And Yan Chutian was very confident that when that sky desert opened, he would also be able to grasp every opportunity and become stronger continuously. At that time, he would definitely lead all the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to suppress the other factions in the Sky Desert's 8 factions. Just as Yan Chutian was thinking to himself, the huge mountain map slowly trembled. Following that, the mountains and the earth crumbled before everyone's eyes and connected with the sky desert that had just opened. Only the 10 stone seats rose into the air and floated high up in the sky. All the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction in the sky desert looked up at them, looking at the figures on the 9 stone seats. Even the disciples of the first level of the Heaven Palace realm who hadn't seen it with their own eyes didn't find it strange. This was because the aura emitted by each of them was extremely powerful and had reached the peak of the bronze disciple rank. However, when these gazes landed on the last row of seats, they couldn't help but be stunned. This was because they could clearly sense that the cultivation of the 10th seat was only at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. But how was that possible? How could someone at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm occupy such a seat? They could clearly see that there were many disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm on the ground below the 10 seats. Instantly, countless voices of doubt rang out. It was fine if they didn't have the strength to occupy such a seat, But if someone else took advantage of the situation none of them would tolerate it. But soon, all the doubts were drowned out by a tide of exclamations. This was because the disciples at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm who were present soon heard about what had happened. Naturally, there was the scene of Yan Chutian defeating Qian Wanren. What? The guy at the 10th seat actually defeated Qian Wanren? How is that possible? Qian Wanren is a top-notch bronze disciple. How could he be defeated by a disciple at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm? He defeated Qian Wanren. Countless cries of surprise rang out like a tidal wave, because even if one person said it was false, all the disciples at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm said the same thing. No matter how shocked they were, they knew that it wasn't a lie but the truth. Faintly knowing that it was the truth, a deep shock appeared on everyone's faces. During this period, although Gu Hongshan had a shocked expression, he did not doubt the falsehood of Yan Chutian occupying the seat. When he heard that the former had injured Qian Wanren so severely that he fainted, he couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. Sure enough, his previous thoughts weren't wrong. No matter how powerful Qian Wanren was, he was still nothing in front of junior brother Yan. Amidst the exclamations, a huge spatial crack slowly appeared in the originally sealed space in the sky. Immediately after, the figures in the 10 seats were brought out one by one. Looking at this scene, the other bronze plate disciples understood that this journey of the beginning of the desert had truly come to an end. The next time they entered the Heaven Desert, it would no longer be a small fight between the bronze plate disciples of one faction. Instead, it would be a fight between all the disciples of the 8 factions under the status of gold plate. At that time, the upper echelons of the 8 branches would also pay attention to this battle. Back to the topic. Following the spatial crack, Yan Chutian stepped on the stone seat and returned to the depths of the cloud sky branch in the blink of an eye. At the first moment, he could feel countless gazes coming from all directions. He could also feel the disbelief and doubt in those gazes when they looked at him. However, he ignored all of these gazes. He only waited indifferently and proudly stood on the stone seat. He had obtained the seat with real evidence, so he naturally wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Sogu, Chapter 716. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had quietly passed. But even though 3 days had passed, the atmosphere between the various factions didn't calm down. Instead, it became more and more intense. After all, everyone knew very well that when the desert first opened, the fights between the copper metal disciples of the various factions were just small fights. Only after that would the fights between the 8 factions be the real big scene. It would attract the attention of the upper echelons of the 8 factions. So as the opening of the desert approached, the atmosphere in the inner sect naturally wouldn't be calm. Instead, it was even more intense than before. At the same time, in the spirit cleansing lake of the Cloud Sky faction, a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged on the outer lake, extremely close to the hot spot of the inner lake. This figure wasn't anyone else but Yan Chutian. Compared to before, he had barely been able to get a medium merit when he followed Shenhan, and only then was he able to enter the outer lake to cultivate. Now, the place he was cultivating in could only be described as luxurious, but this was normal. After all, the him back then was really weak, although the medium merit point wasn't small. But in reality, the places he could enter the spirit cleansing lake to cultivate were still limited. However, things were no longer the same as before, because the current Yan Chutian had already become a popular figure among the Cloud Sky faction's bronze token disciples. And this popularity was built up bit by bit with his strength. Under such circumstances, who would dare to question his ability to occupy such a position? After sitting cross-legged for a long time, probably a full 4 days, Yan Chutian's tightly closed eyes finally slowly opened. The moment he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on his face. Although the consumption and injuries from occupying the 10th spot in the opening of the desert couldn't be ignored. However, as he gradually recovered, This sort of injury instead became an aid for him to progress in his cultivation. Perhaps it proved the saying that only a battle with one's full strength was the best training method for a cultivator. At this moment, Yen Chutian was like that, sitting cross-legged in the spirit-cleansing lake for several days. Apart from allowing his injuries to recover, it also made him shocked to find that he had at least stabilized his foundation after entering the second level of the Sky Palace realm. Next, as long as he obtained a certain amount of opportunities, he would be able to continue polishing his heavenly abode. He couldn't help but feel curious. What if he waited until his heavenly palace was completely polished? What kind of strength could he unleash at the second level of Heaven's Mansion realm? Even if he couldn't directly face the silver-metal disciple of the Tianfuging fourth floor, there shouldn't be anyone in the third layer of the Tianfuging realm who could be his opponent, right? However, without fully polishing his heavenly abode, Yen Chutian could only make such guesses. If he wanted to completely polish his heavenly abode, he could only wait until the heavenly desert opened. Time. After all, although it was possible to refine one's heavenly palace in the cloud sky race, the amount of time and energy required was much greater than in the sky desert. Furthermore, the opening of the heavenly desert was not too far away. Even if he obtained cultivation resources, he would not have enough time to polish his heavenly palace. However, Yen Chutian didn't dwell on this for too long. After all, he had already received the message to gather at the conference hall at noon today. This should be the Cloud Sky Race's elders, who wanted to assign the final 10 people to lead their respective teams. Therefore, he quickly tidied himself up and walked out of the spirit cleansing lake. Then he controlled his spiritual energy and headed straight for the conference hall. Not long after, Yen Chutian arrived in front of the conference hall. He could see that there were already many figures gathered outside the conference hall. However, these figures had all stepped into the heavenly palace realm. In other words, they were all bronze metal disciples. Furthermore, the sharp-eyed Yen Chutian saw that these bronze metal disciples were all wearing nameplates on their chests. On the nameplates, there were different words engraved. Seeing this, Yen Chutian didn't understand at first. However, as his eyes continued to scan, he gradually understood. Although the words on the nameplates were different, there were only a total of 10 words. Furthermore, if he wasn't wrong, the bronze metal disciples with the word Yen engraved on their chests should be the ones that would be led by him when the heavenly desert opened. Without stopping for too long, Yen Chutian stepped into the conference hall. He knew that all his questions would be answered in the conference hall. After stepping into the conference hall, Yen Chutian immediately sensed the gazes that were sweeping over from all directions. Amongst them, there were not only the 9 other disciples who seemed to have arrived early, but there were also the gazes of the several elders above the conference hall. What made Yen Chutian feel excited was that he saw a familiar figure amongst these elders. This familiarity was because he had personally seen this person in his previous life. Furthermore, this person had left an impression on him, although it was impossible to see his master through him. This made the premonition in Yen Chutian's heart grow stronger. Perhaps he could really use this opportunity to see his master. As long as he could see his master and prove his identity, his future path would be much easier. While Yen Chutian was feeling excited, the elder didn't even look at him. He was resting with his eyes closed. At the same time, a white-haired, middle-aged elder at the front slowly spoke. "Since everyone is here, we can begin today's conference hall. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all of you for standing out from the bronze metal disciples and becoming the 10 disciples among the bronze metal disciples when the heavenly desert opens. So, this is the reward that belongs to you." The white-haired, middle-aged elder spoke slowly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the space before the 10 people, including Yen Chutian, was immediately torn apart. Chinkuan bags appeared from within. Since the reward was given at this time, the 10 people didn't even need to open the Chinkuan bags to know that the contents were definitely extraordinary natural treasures. What was inside the Cosmos bag was a marrow crystal of the best level 3. Even a hazy core had been derived from it. I believe this should be a good reward for all of you. Immediately after hearing the middle-aged elder's words, the 10 people's expressions changed. Even Yen Chutian was no exception. He didn't know if the others had obtained a comparable crystal marrow or even 4th grade crystal marrow. However, to him, such a top 3rd grade crystal marrow was of a grade that he had never seen before in the heavenly desert. With this crystal marrow, it would become increasingly difficult to polish his heavenly palace as his cultivation base grew stronger. However, thinking about it, he should be able to polish his heavenly palace to a range of several hundred feet. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the 2nd level of the heavenly palace realm, which wasn't very high. Seeing that the 10 people were delighted, the middle-aged elder's tone changed, and he continued. This reward is just a sweetness. I know that most of you yearn for a true 4th grade crystal marrow, or even a higher grade. Therefore, what I'm going to say next should be very interesting to all of you. The middle-aged elder's words immediately made everyone's eyes light up. They all knew that what he was going to say next would be the most important thing. In other words, it would be the competition for the heavenly desert. As for what the elder had said earlier, he wasn't lying. Although a near 4th grade crystal marrow was good, it wasn't considered extremely precious to them. This was because, except for Yen Chutian, all of them had stepped into the 3rd level of the heavenly palace realm, and some of them were even at the peak. A near 4th grade crystal marrow wasn't bad, but what they really wanted was a true 4th grade crystal marrow, or even a 5th grade crystal marrow. Only a crystal marrow of this grade could allow them to make significant progress in a short period of time, and even break through to the Tianfuging 4th floor. Moreover, if they broke through to the Tianfuging 4th floor, even a near 4th grade crystal marrow's effect would be infinitely reduced. This was also the crystal marrow that Yen Chutian needed, which was at least a 2nd grade crystal marrow. The middle-aged elder didn't keep them in suspense for long, and quickly continued. I believe that all of you have already guessed that what I'm going to say next is when the heavenly desert really opens in half a month. When the heavenly desert opens, all of you will have the same treatment and right to speak as the silver medal disciples. However, at the same time, all of you will have to shoulder this special responsibility. Sogu, Chapter 717. Hearing the word, heavy responsibility, everyone's expression froze, but there was no obvious change. Because they knew from the start that there was naturally a reason for deliberately setting up such a competition to choose the top 10 bronze plate disciples. It was to the extent that this reason was inextricably linked to the competition between the 8 meridians when the heavenly desert opened. As expected, the middle-aged elder slowly said, when the sky desert opens, the 10 of you will have the same status as the silver plate disciples. However, this will require you to bear the corresponding heavy responsibility. Among the bronze plate disciples of each faction, there will be disciples like you who will be ranked in the top 10. And because of your special status, as long as you do not take the initiative to attack the silver plate disciples of the other factions, they will not be able to attack you. In other words, your opponents will be the 10 disciples of the other 7 factions. Every time you defeat a disciple of a certain faction, the bronze plate disciples they lead will also be directly expelled from the sky desert. In contrast, if you are defeated, all the bronze plate disciples under you will also be directly expelled. When the middle-aged elder spoke till here, everyone had already expected that the existence of the 10 disciples would be related to the competition between the 8 factions when the sky desert opened. However, they did not expect that the connection would be so great. Because of this, if they were defeated by the 10 disciples of the other 7 factions, not only would it be their own failure, it would also affect all the bronze plate disciples they lead and be expelled. As if he felt the tense atmosphere, the middle-aged elder suddenly laughed faintly and said in a gentle tone, however, you do not need to be too nervous. After all, the key to determining the victory or defeat of a faction is still the silver plate disciples. Your victory or defeat only accounts for 3/10 of the final victory or defeat. Hearing the middle-aged elder's words, the few people seemed to secretly sigh in relief. Although 3/10 was not little, it was definitely not much. Therefore, such a result was still within the range that they could accept. Moreover, as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them, the silver plate disciples of the other 7 factions would not be able to attack them. Therefore, in their minds, why were they weaker than the top bronze plate disciples of the other 7 factions? At this point, the middle-aged elder had clearly announced all the rules. Hence, he slowly opened his mouth again, and everyone withdrew. All right, this is the responsibility that the 10 of you have to bear when the sky desert opens. All of you go and make your preparations. Prepare to welcome the true arrival of the heavenly desert in half a month. With the middle-aged elder's words, the 10 of them could only bow and agree. Then they all left the hall with different expressions. After the 10 people left the meeting hall, many bronze disciples who were waiting outside immediately surrounded them. They had a rough idea of the rules. Thus, as they gathered around each other, they formed various camps. Therefore, a small group naturally appeared around Yen Chutan. The bronze plate disciples in the small group all had the word Yen engraved on their chest. Actually, this nameplate wasn't anything important. It was only used to distinguish between the different factions. When the sky desert opened, the nameplates that each of them would receive would be the key. At that time, the nameplate would determine whether or not they could establish themselves in the desert. If the nameplate was shattered, then they would be directly eliminated from the sky desert and teleported out. As Yen Chutian's performance in the sky desert had already spread, everyone looked at Yen Chutian in the center. Even the top bronze plate disciples at the 3rd level of the Sky Palace state didn't have any doubts. After all, they didn't think that they were as strong as Qian Wanren. However, the other party was someone who could defeat Qian Wanren, who had madly consumed a strong elixir. Chief Yen, senior brother Yen. Those who were more accomplished in their cultivation were first. Therefore, one by one, they began to address Yen Chutian as senior brother Yen or chief disciple without the slightest hesitation. The only exception was Lu Xiong. At this moment, his expression was ugly as he blended into the crowd and didn't say a word. Yen Chutian didn't say much about this because he didn't have any deep grudges with Lu Xiong. Furthermore, he didn't care about Lu Xiong at all. As long as Lu Xiong obediently followed the group, he would pretend that he didn't see him and treat him equally. As he continued to look, Yen Chutian was disappointed to see that Gu Hongshan wasn't in his group, but in another group. He looked over and saw that Gu Hongshan was also looking over with a helpless look in his eyes. Although he was disappointed, it wasn't unacceptable. Yen Chutian could clearly see that the cultivation of the leader of Gu Hongshan's group wasn't weak. He wasn't far from the Tian Fujing 4th floor. Retracting his gaze gradually fell on the top bronze plate disciples at the 3rd level of the Sky Palace state in his group. It was impossible for him to manage so many people, so he had to arrange for people to manage them one by one. He didn't know any of the bronze plate disciples around him. The only one he knew was Lu Xiong, who had a grudge with him. Hence, he could only make arrangements based on cultivation. When they heard Yen Chutian's arrangements, the top bronze plate disciples didn't have any objections. Furthermore, they would be able to obtain more crystal essences in the sky desert compared to ordinary bronze plate disciples. After roughly arranging everything, Yen Chutian dispersed the bronze plate disciples around him. He then controlled his spiritual energy and rushed back to the spirit cleansing lake. He had a crystal essence that was close to the 4th grade. He couldn't waste it. In the last half a month, he had to make good use of it and strive to polish his sky palace to the best extent that he could. Time always seemed to be short in cultivation. Half a month passed like the blink of an eye, passing in the blink of an eye. On the day before the sky desert opened, Yen Chutian walked out of the spirit cleansing lake. At this moment, his aura was more restrained and indifferent than before. However, it wasn't that his cultivation had regressed, but that he had strengthened his foundation in the 2nd level of the Sky Palace state. Currently, his celestial palace had been polished to 1,500 feet. Compared to the 1,100 feet foundation, he had polished another 4,000 feet. Although the scope of such polishing wasn't small, Yen Chutian vaguely understood that if he wanted to break through to the third level of the Sky Palace state, even the fourth grade crystal essence wouldn't be enough for him. Only the fifth grade crystal essence would do. However, this wasn't a bad thing because there was an unwritten rule regarding the use of crystal essences. Although crystal essences were equivalent to the Sky Palace state, they were divided into first grade to ninth grade. However, the higher the grade of crystal essence was used, the higher the cultivator's foundation was. Otherwise, when the Sky Desert opened, the gold plate disciples would have rushed in. The reason why the gold plate disciples didn't enter was not only to protect the silver plate and bronze plate disciples, but also because the ninth grade crystal essence was their only target. However, the ninth grade crystal essence was almost impossible to find even when the Sky Desert opened. It was extremely rare. After walking out of the spirit cleansing lake, Yen Chutian returned to his cave residence. In the cave residence, he quietly waited for the Sky Desert to open. However, what Yen Chutian didn't expect was that while he was waiting, the aura of the Tianfuging fourth floor suddenly came from outside his cave residence. This made him quickly walk out of the cave residence. When he saw the other party's face clearly, his expression changed slightly. This was because he knew the person who came. It was the leader of the group that Gu Hongshan was in, whom he had seen in a hurry outside the conference hall half a month ago. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party, who was only close to the Tianfuging fourth floor, had now really stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor. However, on second thought, it was acceptable. After all, everyone had their own opportunities. Moreover, as a disciple of the Cloud Sky Palace, he naturally hoped that the disciples of the other seats would be as strong as possible. However, he didn't understand why the other party, who he had never met before, suddenly came looking for him. Junior brother Yen, please forgive Mu Yi's sudden visit. Hearing the other party's words, Yen Chutian was even more puzzled. However, since the other party was so polite, he naturally wouldn't ignore it. Senior brother Mu is too polite. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Yi went straight to the point. His intention was to form an alliance with Yen Chutian when the Sky Desert opened. Sogu, Chapter 718. Yen Chutian didn't expect that the other party would want to form an alliance with him. This alliance wasn't just a simple alliance of the same faction. It was even closer than that. Simply speaking, within the Sky Desert, only the three groups of Cloud Sky faction bronze plate disciples, including them, would have the opportunity to meet. No matter who led the third group, Mu Yi would have to help him fight for the opportunity. This was why Yen Chutian didn't understand. After all, he could guess that apart from Mu Yi, there were other disciples of the top 10 that had stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor. So, why did Mu Yi find them and form an alliance? Yen Chutian wasn't a fool, so he quickly thought of a possibility. When he thought of that possibility, his expression abruptly turned cold. If the other party thought that they could exploit him through this so-called alliance, then he would tell the other party what it meant to be a fool's dream. Sensing Yen Chutian's cold expression, Mu Yi seemed to know that he thought of that possibility and immediately explained. Junior brother Yen, don't misunderstand. Since we are in an alliance, then we are bound together for good and for ill. Within the alliance, the two groups are completely equal. As for why Junior brother is confused as to why I, Mu Yi, would find you, I don't think there is a need to explain. The strength that Junior brother has displayed is the best proof. Hearing this, Yen Chutian understood that the other party had taken a fancy to the strength that he had displayed. If that was the case, then he didn't mind forming this so-called alliance that would advance and retreat together. After all, this was a battle between the 8 factions and not one person. Thus, if they could unite as one, their chances of winning would be higher. Following this, Yen Chutian lightly nodded his head. After he nodded his head, Mu Yi's face was filled with joy as he hurriedly took out an emerald compass. Junior brother Yen, since we are in an alliance, then this compass can be my gift to junior brother. Within the Sky Desert area, as long as you inject your spiritual energy into the compass, the corresponding red that will appear on it. I also have a compass, so there is a connection between the two and we can spy on each other. Thus, when we enter the Sky Desert area, we can use this compass to contact each other. Even if we split up to search, we can use the compass to maintain contact. Since Mu Yi had already said that, Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't be pretentious and straightforwardly took the compass. The two of them chatted for a while before Mu Yi left. Looking at the back view of Mu Yi, Yen Chutian's eyes was deep in thought. This Mu Yi gave him a good feeling. Although he had formed an alliance with him, it was clear that he had taken a fancy to him. However, he also very decisively expressed that he would bear the enormous risk that came with having such a high opinion of him. But of course, Yen Chutian understood the logic of knowing a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What kind of person Mu Yi he would only be able to find out after entering the sky. At the same time, in the depths of the Tianyang, on a stone platform surrounded by mysterious golden mist, a slender figure was quietly sitting cross-legged. If Yen Chutian was here, he definitely wouldn't be unfamiliar with this figure. This was because this figure was the same person who entered the inner sect with him and obtained the first place in the outer sect selection, Yi Linlang. Yi Linlang, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, didn't change much compared to before. The only change was that his cultivation had already stepped into the Heaven Palace realm and even reached the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Who, as he breathed in and out, the golden mist around the stone platform continued to gather and enter his body through his breathing. With every breath he took, he could faintly feel that his aura seemed to have become a bit stronger than before. If there were disciples of the Tianyang here, they would definitely be familiar with this golden mist. But they would also be shocked because this golden mist could only be used by silver token disciples. But where did the other party obtain the golden fog from? After sitting for a long time, Yi Linlang breathed out once more after he finished breathing in all the golden mist. Then he opened his eyes, which were brimming with energy. This was because the golden mist's effect was really good. Even if he only obtained a little, he would still be able to improve by quite a bit. However, what made him feel uncomfortable was that because of this golden mist, he was ordered by that elder to heavily injure and expel Yen Yun, who had already entered the Cloud Sky faction. When the Sky faction opened, he didn't mind dealing with Yen Yun, but this method of being ordered by others made him feel very uncomfortable. This was because, in Yi Linlang's opinion, he had learnt some of the mysterious Yang scripture and was a person with great luck. What right did an ordinary elder of the Tianyang faction have to order him around? Although he felt uncomfortable when he thought of the golden mist he would be able to obtain after doing this, he completely suppressed the conflict in his heart. Then he thought of Yen Chutian. He had heard that the former had also become one of the 10 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. Since they were both disciples of the top 10, he wanted to see who was more valuable. In the depths of the Freezing Sky faction, in the depths of the ice crystal-like cave dwelling, a gentle ray of light continuously shone out from the girl's forehead. Under the illumination of this ray of light, in addition to the unique cultivation environment around her, the young girl's cultivation also rapidly increased to a level that ordinary people could not imagine. In the end, the girl retracted the ray of light from her forehead and her cultivation finally calmed down. The girl was none other than Cher, but perhaps it was no longer appropriate to describe her as a girl. After this period of time, Cher's figure was tall and her figure was voluptuous. Although she still seemed a little immature, the charm she revealed was already mature. Only the Freezing Sky faction was stricter than the Xianling faction. Almost all of them were women. Otherwise, I would have had countless suitors by now. But in truth, when she was in the outer sect, Cher did not lack pursuers. But at that time, She did not give anyone a chance to get close to her. She only followed Yen Chutian wholeheartedly. After she finished cultivating, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Then, an uncontrollable joy appeared on her delicate face. During the days she was in the freezing sky faction, she did not cultivate in seclusion. That was why she had heard about the news of the outside world, especially the news of the Cloud Sky faction. That was why she naturally knew that Yen Chutian was also one of the 10 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, just like her. That was why she was so happy that she could finally meet her big brother Yen after she entered the Sky Desert, the Xianling faction. In the depths of a rather luxurious cave dwelling, there was also a beautiful figure sitting quietly. After a long while, she finally opened her eyes. The beautiful figure was Luo Yu. She was quite popular in the Xianling faction. Even the silver medal and gold medal disciples did not dare to be impudent towards her. That was because not only was his older sister a well-known figure amongst the silver medallion disciples, it was also because the parents behind the two of them were elders of the profound spirit lineage. With the support of the elders and extraordinary performance, who would dare to offend them? When she thought about how the Sky Desert would open the next day, Luo Yu subconsciously thought of the figure that had shocked her so many times. In fact, not long ago, he had already given her another shock. Although she had only found out about it by accident, he had still become one of the 10 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. In other words, if they met in the Sky Desert, they would be of equal status. There was even a possibility that they would become enemies. After all, once they entered the Sky Desert, it would no longer be a small fight within the faction, but a fight between the 8 factions. This kind of battle was not only for their own cultivation resources, but also for the reputation of their faction. No faction was willing to be at the bottom. If they could, they would naturally charge to the top. Even if they could not reach the top, they would still be at the top. However, if they could really meet each other in the Sky Desert, then Luo Yu still did not want to fight against Yen Chutian. This was not only because of Cher. It was also because she had unknowingly started to treat him as a friend after he had intentionally paid attention to her in the outer sect. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 719. The final day slowly passed under the various thoughts of many different people. The dawn of the next day, when the first rays of white appeared on the horizon, one could see that countless gazes were vying to gather at the central square. This scene was much hotter than the scene when the desert first opened. That was because the Sky Desert had opened and there were silver medal disciples participating. They could even be said to be in a dominant position. When the silver token disciples flew over from the horizon and landed on the plaza, a powerful aura slowly descended. That powerful aura slowly descended. Forget about the surrounding disciples. Even the many bronze plate disciples withdrew their auras and remained silent. A silver medal disciple was at least at the 4th level of the Heaven Mansion stage. It could be said that the strength of a silver medal disciple was superior to any bronze medal disciple. At the very least, most of them felt that they weren't comparable to the silver token disciples. And in front of the camp of the bronze token disciples, including Yen Chutian, the top 10 disciples were impressively standing. Yen Chutian didn't care about how others would react when facing the silver token disciples. But as far as he was concerned, he wouldn't offend them, but he wouldn't fear them either. At the same time, there were many gazes from the silver token disciples that were looking at the bronze token disciples. But they weren't looking at the ordinary disciples, but Yen Chutian and the other bronze token disciples. Therefore, it was unavoidable that when some people saw Yen Chutian's existence, they immediately had incomprehensible doubts. But they knew that since Lin Yin was a bronze token disciple, he must have been approved by the elders. Thus, they couldn't say anything and could only restrain their reactions. But in many people's hearts, they more or less treated Yen Chutian as someone who relied on connections. Of course, not all of the silver token disciples were clueless about what happened when the Sky Desert first opened. Thus, some of them couldn't help looking at Yen Chutian with surprise in their eyes. After all, It was unbelievable that he could defeat a third-level Heavenly Palace realm expert with a second-level Heavenly Palace realm cultivation. However, regardless of how the silver metal disciples reacted, when the ancient bell gradually sounded, all of the silver metal disciples' expressions changed. Immediately after, they raised their heads and looked to the jade dome above them. On the jade world, a crack that was even more ferocious than when the desert first opened had already appeared. It looked like a crack in the abyss that was about to devour the entire world. Although there was a rule that stated that a silver token disciple could not initiate a fight with a bronze token disciple. However, when they were sent into the disciples, the various factions would send their silver token disciples first into the depths of the vast desert. After that, the bronze medallion disciples were randomly sent to the outer perimeter. This was the only way to avoid a collision between the bronze and silver metal disciples to the greatest extent. Therefore, at this moment, the silver metal disciples were the first to be sent into the desert. They did not stay for long. Very soon, there were elders who stepped through the air and arrived. Immediately, they led the many silver metal disciples and rushed towards the spatial crack. A moment later, when all of the silver plate disciples had entered the sky desert, the ancient and drawn-out sound of the bell rang out once again. When the bell rang this time, all of the bronze metal disciples' bodies shook. The reason for that was because they knew very well that it was their turn to enter the heavenly desert. Although they already knew this, many of the bronze metal disciples still revealed excited and nervous expressions on their faces. This was because they clearly knew that the opening of the desert and the opening of the desert were two completely different matters. When the desert first opened, it was only a small fight within the various factions. Strictly speaking, it was not even worth mentioning. However, when the desert first opened, it was different. This was a fight between the 8 factions, and it was extremely intense. Even if they were only sent to the outer perimeter of the desert, they would still encounter groups of bronze metal disciples from the other 7 factions. If they defeated their opponents, not only would they enjoy glory, they would also obtain crystal essences. However, if they failed, what they would face was ruthless elimination and expulsion. In other words, the opportunity and the risk were completely proportional. However, since they had already reached this step, naturally no one would retreat. Therefore, when the elders began to lead, every group of bronze metal disciples closely followed and headed towards the spatial crack together. Leading the group of bronze metal disciples behind him, Yan Chutian's eyes were also filled with unconcealable excitement as he looked at the eye-catching spatial crack in front of him. He clearly knew that the opening of the desert was perhaps the only chance for him to see his master with his current cultivation. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, he could not afford to fail. Boom! Within the calm and vast expanse of heaven and earth, there was suddenly a rumbling sound that resounded. After the rumbling sound gradually calmed down, a group of 30 to 40 people could be seen descending from the sky and landing on this ancient land. After landing, everyone in the group hurriedly scanned their surroundings with alert and excited gazes. At this time, Yan Chutian would not hide his strength. He opened his spirit eye slightly and did not restrain himself as he scanned the surrounding heaven and earth with his spirit eye. Knowing that they were going to follow Yan Chutian, all the bronze metal disciples in this group did some research on Yan Chutian. They also knew that the former actually had the spirit eye, which was rare even in the Sky Ray lineage. However, even if they knew, when they really saw the spirit eye between Yan Chutian's eyebrows, many bronze metal disciples could not help but reveal a touch of surprise in their eyes. After scanning around with his spirit eye and confirming that there were no other cultivators auras around, Yan Chutian took out the guidance compass and poured his spiritual power into it according to the agreement with Mu-Yi. As the spiritual power slowly poured in, a red dot quickly appeared on the guidance compass. Yan Chutian did not have to wait for long. Soon, another red dot appeared in another direction. Yan Chutian knew that it was Mu-Yi's response. However, even if he knew the location of the other party, Yan Chutian would not look for him, because in proportion there was an extremely long distance between him and the other party. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, the opening of the Sky Desert was many times more vast than the initial opening of the Sky Desert. Therefore, even if it was just the periphery, it was still extremely vast. Otherwise, the time limit for the opening of the Sky Desert would not be so long. When Yen Chutian put away the guidance compass, a junior commander at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm, who was appointed by him, previously came forward and said, "Chief Yen, how should we proceed next?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian thought for a moment and replied, "Split up and search for the crystal essences, but pay attention to the communication between each group." Yes. Hearing this, the bronze metal disciple turned around and said to the people around him. Then, the group of 30 to 40 people was divided into 5 small groups again. Then, each small group was led by a disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm and scattered in the surroundings. As for the remaining people, there was no one at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. However, they were not worried at all, because they all knew that the strength of this senior brother Yen was much stronger than that of an ordinary disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Seeing that the group had already spread out to search, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He immediately led the small group and flew towards the area ahead. Even if it was just the periphery, there were still many crystal essences. Therefore, Yen Chutian naturally had to search this place thoroughly. And this search lasted for 10 days in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Yen Chutian led the group forward to search for crystal essences. The opening of the Sky Desert was truly incomparable to the opening of the Sky Desert. After this search, Yen Chutian found several crystal essence mines. However, it was a pity that among these crystal essence mines, only quasi-3rd-grade crystal essences were found in the 2 best crystal essence mines. Such crystal essences were not very attractive to Yen Chutian, so he only took a few symbolically and left the rest to the bronze plate disciples who followed him to divide them. Naturally, these bronze metal disciples were very happy about this. After all, there were quite a lot of 2nd-grade crystal essences among them. Even if they were divided among a few people, each person would still get a lot. On this day, Yen Chutian was quietly sitting cross-legged on a withered giant tree. He quietly guarded the disciples in the crystal essence mine below. At the same time, he was absorbing a quasi-3rd-grade crystal essence and refining his own heaven's palace bit by bit. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 720. After absorbing the entire quasi-grade 3 crystal marrow and polishing it, Yen Chutian opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the quasi-grade 3 crystal marrow was of limited help to the polishing of his divine palace, it was better than nothing. Moreover, with the accumulation of crystal marrow, the area of his divine palace that had been polished to perfection was constantly expanding, and it was no longer unreachable. At the very least, his divine palace, which was 23,000 feet tall, was now 17,000 feet tall and had been polished to perfection. However, Yen Chutian also knew very well that if he really wanted to polish his divine palace to the limit, not only would he need grade 3 crystal marrow, but he would also need grade for crystal marrow. However, grade 4 crystal marrow was not so easy to find. Up until now, he had not even obtained a grade 3 crystal marrow. However, Yen Chutian also understood that this kind of thing could not be rushed and could only rely on luck. When the time came, news of the crystal marrow would naturally come. With this thought in mind, he calmed down and continued to watch over the many disciples who were searching for crystal marrow in the crystal marrow mine. However, under his watch, his sweeping gaze suddenly swept across the horizon and saw a figure stumbling over. Yen Chutian was not familiar with this figure, but he was definitely not unfamiliar with it. This was because this was one of the 30-odd bronze plate disciples who followed him. Seeing this, he knew that the situation was not good. It was likely that one of the teams that had been separated from his team had met with an accident. Without any explanation, Yan Chutian immediately rushed out and went straight to the disciple. However, the moment he appeared, the disciple, who was in a sorry state and covered in blood, finally fainted. Fortunately, in the next moment, Yan Chutian supported him and hurriedly retreated. Yan Chutian's situation was seen by the other disciples. They were also keenly aware that one of the teams that had been separated from their team had met with an accident. Therefore, they subconsciously stopped searching for crystal essences and gathered around Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian did not pay attention to the people around him. Instead, he quickly circulated his spiritual energy and sent it into the unconscious disciple in front of him. He could sense that this disciple was in grave danger at this moment. Furthermore, he could see that these injuries were caused by human cultivators, not marrow beasts. In other words, the other party clearly had the ability to easily shatter his nameplate, but he chose to deliberately injure it. This situation caused an additional layer of coldness to appear in his eyes. After a while, under the constant nourishment of Yan Chutian's spiritual power, the disciple who had fainted finally opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed the figures around him, as well as Yan Chutian behind him. Then, without caring about his own situation, he hurriedly said, "Head disciple Yan, we were attacked by a small team from the Tianyang faction. Senior Brother Qin Hai's nameplate was directly shattered, and the rest of the disciples were detained by them. Head disciple Yan, hurry and save them." Hearing this, Yan Chutian also understood the urgency of the situation, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he calmed down the former's emotions and continued to ask, "How many people were there in the Tianyang faction, and how were you able to escape?" Hearing this, the disciple hurriedly continued to speak. This time, Yan Chutian finally understood the general situation. There weren't many disciples from the Tianyang faction that appeared. They were about the same size as their small team, and they encountered a crystal essence mine. Naturally, there were no words to speak in such a collision. It was a collision of strength. As for the result, it was obvious that the small team from the Cloud Sky faction had been completely defeated. The third-level Sky Palace, Realm Qin Hai's nameplate had been directly shattered. As for why he was able to escape, it was because the third-level Sky Palace Realm disciple, who was the leader of the Tianyang faction, was extremely arrogant. He said that he could find others to take revenge. But if he came too late, then don't blame the remaining disciples for being humiliated before their nameplates were shattered. Hearing this, although there were no mistakes, Yan Chutian still faintly felt that something was wrong. Therefore, he immediately asked the disciple another question, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he finally understood. After that, he naturally did not hesitate. After instructing a few people to take care of the injured disciple, he led the 4 second-level Sky Palace Realm disciples and rushed in the direction pointed out by the disciple. Yan Chutian did not care how the other 10 disciples would deal with this situation. Since they had beaten up his people, he would take revenge one by one. Moreover, if he disappointed them, wouldn't he be letting down the efforts of the Tianyang faction disciples? As they flew, they quietly traversed a distance of 10,000 feet. After such a distance, they finally sensed the presence of a crystal essence mine on the horizon ahead, as well as the strong smell of blood. "Head disciple Yan, they are there." All of a sudden, a bronze plate disciple beside Yan Chutian pointed his finger and shouted. But in fact, there was no need for him to speak. Yan Chutian had already seen the scene there. However, contrary to the information he had received earlier, there were only 4 people left in the original 8-people team. In other words, other than Qin Hai, there were 3 other disciples whose nameplates were shattered. Perhaps it was fortunate that they had their nameplates. Otherwise, those disciples would not have been expelled from the heavenly desert, but would have been obliterated. At the same time, Yan Chutian naturally saw the small team that had captured him. The remaining 4 bronze plate disciples were from the Tianyang faction. This team seemed to only have 9 people, which was comparable to the original team led by Qin Hai. When Yan Chutian and the others saw the other party, The 9-man team from the Tianyang faction naturally saw Yan Chutian and the others as well. Immediately, the leading Tianyang disciple sneered and said, "The speed at which you called for reinforcements is really slow. If you were any slower, you wouldn't even be able to protect these 4 pieces of trash." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yan Chutian and the others. Then he sneered disdainfully. "What? Has the Cloud Sky faction declined to such an extent that you can't even bring out a disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace stage? Impudent! This is head disciple Yen, one of the top 10 disciples. How dare you be so arrogant?" The other party's disdainful words immediately made a bronze plate disciple beside Yan Chutian unable to restrain himself and scolded harshly. Yan Chutian's strength was obvious to all. Even Qian Wanren was defeated by him. The other party was only at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace stage and wasn't a disciple with a seat. What right did he have to be so arrogant here? But upon hearing the shout, the leading disciple of the Heavenly Sun faction was not angered. Instead, he looked at Yan Chutian with interest. He scanned him several times and slowly said, "So you are Yen Yin, the only disciple of the Cloud Sky faction who has a seat at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm." At this point, he suddenly laughed mockingly. It seems like the Cloud Sky faction is really done for. Even a cat or dog can become a disciple with a seat in the top 10. You, beside Yan Chudan, the bronze plate disciple at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace stage, was enraged. However, while he was enraged, Yan Chutian stopped him from speaking and faced the leading disciple from the Tianyang faction. Could it be that the disciples from the Tianyang faction are all a bunch of talkative people? Letting go of a disciple from the Cloud Sky faction is just to lure people here. But even if I'm here, what can you do? Of course, I'm going to cut you down. Thinking about it, a seat disciple from the Cloud Sky faction being defeated and expelled by an ordinary disciple from the Tianyang faction. It will definitely become a legend if this news spreads. The head disciple of the Heavenly Sun faction coldly said. Shortly after, he stomped on the ground and leaped forward, attacking Yan Chutian along with his arrogant words. "Remember, the one who defeated you today is Zhang Heng from the Tianyang faction." Hearing that, Yan Chutian's expression didn't change at all. He allowed the attack to come, and only at the last moment did he slowly raise his right fist to meet the attack. The seemingly aimless punch blasted out, but in the next moment it suddenly collided violently with another fist seal. In an instant, energy ripples spread out. It was enough to cause the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the Tianyang faction to subconsciously circulate their spiritual energy to resist. Sogu, Chapter 7:21. Although this Zhang Heng was arrogant, the strength he possessed was genuine. In other words, if he didn't have such strength, Qin Hai wouldn't have been defeated by him. But at the same time, Zhang Heng had to admit that his opponent couldn't be looked at with the eyes of an ordinary cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm. If it was an ordinary cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm, they would have been forced back by his attack. But when he clashed with his opponent's aura wasn't any weaker than his. But Zhang Heng still had his own pride. Wasn't the disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm defeated by him? Even if the guy in front of him couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes, he had strength comparable to the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Why should he be afraid? With that thought, Zhang Heng took a few steps back and the surrounding spiritual energy surged. The power of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm was fully displayed at this moment. The spiritual energy that surged out carried an extremely huge pressure. If Zhang Heng wanted to, he could even distort space and control it. This was the power of the Heaven Palace realm, which was above the Yuanying realm. But Yan Chutian also grasped the power of the Heaven Palace realm. Therefore, in the face of Zhang Heng's successive palm strikes, Yan Chutian didn't retreat at all. Instead, he continued to use his own strength to fight back. And now he was no longer at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm when he fought against the Qian Wanren. because even when he fought with Zhang Heng from the Tianyang clan, he was more skillful. At least, after the continuous exchanges, Zhang Heng was suppressed by Yan Chutian to the point of being at a disadvantage. Such a situation naturally made Zhang Heng's face turn ugly. After all, he had just threatened to defeat his opponent. But in such a situation, there was no sign of him being able to defeat his opponent. He knew very well that if this continued, it would be difficult to suppress his opponent. So he simply retreated. Like many cultivators who faced Yan Chutian, he wanted to use his basic spiritual energy to suppress his opponent. As for the best method to display the power of spiritual energy, it was naturally the spiritual art. Nine Yang Nine Yin. Zhang Heng, who was retreating, made a gesture after a fierce look on his face. The surrounding spiritual power rose and quickly gathered above his head. At this moment, the wind and clouds above Zhang Heng's head began to change. Gradually, 9 blazing suns began to form. However, as the great sun rotated, an incomparably cold and dark side also appeared. This appearance was the 9 Yang 9 Yin. The use of the 9 Yang 9 Yin land caused the expressions of the few Tianyang disciples behind to calm down. Clearly, they were extremely clear about how terrifying Zhang Heng's spirit art was. Although this might not be comparable to the top 10 disciples of the Tianyang branch, but among the disciples below them, it was rare to find a worthy opponent. Although the 10th ranked disciple from the Cloud Sky faction was strange and couldn't be looked at with normal eyes, he was only at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm and shouldn't be able to withstand the power of the 9 Yang and 9 Yin. Buzz! In the next instant, the 9 sons of Yin and Yang trembled together. The moment an ancient buzzing sound rang out, they converged into beams of energy. After intertwining with each other, they directly shot towards Yan Chutian. As the beams of light shot over, the light of Yin and Yang circulated on them. The power that was derived from it immediately pierced through space and instantly arrived above Yan Chutian's head. However, it was also at this moment that Yan Chutian slowly raised his gaze. Immediately after, the spiritual art that had been brewing in his hand for a long time was finally unleashed. This spiritual art was the mysterious Yang seal. Therefore, in the instant that the huge roar shook the heavens and the earth, not to mention the disciples of the Tianyang branch, even the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, who had long known of Yan Chutian's glorious achievements, were shocked. This was because they could see that even though the aura of the Yin and Yang light pillar was extremely strong, even space was fragile in front of it. However, such a terrifying attack was forcibly destroyed by Yan Chutian's raised palm. To be more precise, the descending destructive power was simply unable to break through Yan Chutian's palm print. How could such a situation not shock them? How is this possible? That's Heng's 9 sons and 9 Yin. Even several disciples at the 3rd level of the Sky Mansion stage found it difficult to resist. How can is he really at the 2nd level of the Sky Mansion stage? Not to mention the ordinary disciples of the Tianyang branch. Even Heng himself was filled with endless disbelief as he watched his attack continuously shatter before his eyes. This 9 sons and 9 Yin was a spiritual art that he was extremely confident in. When had it ever displayed such a clumsy performance in the hands of a cultivator of the same level, let alone a cultivator of a lower level? At the same time, only the bronze plate disciples of the Cloud Sky faction who had followed Yan Chutian here and knew a little about him were shocked. Amidst their shock, they somewhat understood. This was because they all knew that Chief Yan, who they followed, had always been different from the rest. He could not be judged using common sense. From the looks of it now, it was clear that this chief disciple Yan was much stronger than before. Yan Chutian was indeed stronger than before. After all, the Sky Mansion that he had spent so much effort to polish were all cultivation foundations. The increase in his cultivation base naturally led to the increase in his strength. Even if the current him was barely able to resist the Tianfujing 4th floor, a third-level Sky Mansion stage cultivator could forget about showing off in front of him. At least, this was the case for Hung in front of him. Not long after, the 9 suns and 9 yin power was completely destroyed by Yan Chutian's mysterious Yang seal. However, it was worth mentioning that although Heng's expression was ugly, he did not panic. Even the ordinary disciples of the Tianyang branch were the same. Generally speaking, this was an impossible situation. After all, if even Hung could not defeat Yan Chutian, then none of them could fight. This way, none of them could escape the fate of having their nameplates shattered and being expelled. Therefore, this scene involuntarily caused the 4-cloud sky disciples behind Yan Chutian to have doubtful expressions on their faces. Could it be that Hung had not used his full strength and was still hiding his strength? Just as they were feeling doubtful, a cold laugh suddenly sounded from somewhere. Following that cold laugh, a figure suddenly appeared from the darkness and descended before everyone's line of sight. Hung, at this time, I should be able to make a move, right? The sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the 4 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to change, because from the beginning to the end, they had not sensed that there was someone hiding in the darkness. Furthermore, from the aura he emitted, he had also stepped into the 3rd level of the Sky Mansion stage. In an instant, they all understood why the other party was not afraid at all, because they already knew that there was someone hiding in the darkness. Therefore, even if Hung could not win, it was different with another 3rd-level Sky Mansion stage disciple. The threat of 2 3rd-level Sky Mansion stage cultivators working together was many times greater than the threat of a single person. Even if Yan Chutian's performance was shocking, they were not sure if he could deal with such a situation. The disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm who had suddenly appeared immediately looked at Yan Churan. However, what made his expression change slightly was that the other party's face was not as ugly as he expected. This made him wonder if the other party already knew of his existence. But how was that possible? Even the cultivators of the Tian-fuging 4th floor would not be able to see through his concealment technique. So how could the other party see through it? Moreover, even if the other party saw through it, did the other party think that he could fight against the 2 of them by himself? He did not deny that he could not compare to the other party's true strength, but if he and Hung worked together, the situation would be different. He believed that no matter how extraordinary the other party was, it was impossible for him to fight against the 2 of them. At the same time, in the crystal marrow mine, tens of thousands of feet away, the injured disciple of the Cloud Sky branch was slowly recovering. However, as he was recovering, he suddenly remembered something. His expression changed abruptly, and he immediately stood up without caring about his injuries. "What's wrong?" The disciple guarding beside him asked hurriedly. Hearing this, the disciple hurriedly said, "Oh no, I think this is also a scheme of the Tianyang branch disciple. He purposely let me out to lure Senior Brother Qin Hai and even Chief Disciple Yen. But no matter how confident he is, it is impossible for him to be so arrogant. Therefore, it is very likely that there is someone else hiding in the dark." What? Sogu. Chapter 722. What? The expressions of many disciples changed when they heard this. Previously, they had not thought of this point, but now that they heard it from the other party, they agreed with this idea. If this was the case, how could they not be uncertain? After all, if the other party had set up an ambush, even if their chief disciple Yen could not be underestimated, it was very likely that he would be in danger. And if the other party's nameplate was shattered and they were eliminated, not only them, but all the disciples under their command would also be eliminated. Therefore, the following development was self-evident. Even if they knew that even if they went, it would not affect the overall situation, they still rushed forward without hesitation. Even if they could not win, they had to do their part before they were defeated. Being eliminated for no reason was a situation that no one wanted to see. While these disciples under Yan Chutan had decided to disregard everything and rush over to help, the atmosphere between both sides had become incomparably tense following the sudden appearance of the 3rd-level Heaven Palace disciple. especially the 4 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. The worry in their hearts had reached the extreme. After all, the sudden appearance of the disciple from the Tianyang faction was too great of a threat. At least, none of them here had the strength to resist. Therefore, if he joined hands with Zhang Heng, only their chief disciple Yan would be able to resist. But what they did not know was that even with chief disciple Yan's ability, could he fight 1 against 2? If he could not, the price would be too great. Not only would everyone here not be able to escape the fate of being eliminated, it was the same for all the disciples under chief disciple Yan. Therefore, even at this time, if they were to suggest to Yan Chutian, there would only be one thought in their hearts, and that was to escape. It was just that the opportunity for them to make suggestions no longer existed. In the next instant, the 2 people from the Tianyang faction launched an attack at Yan Chudan. Evidently, the other party was afraid that a long delay would lead to many dreams. At this time, in their opinion, this was the best opportunity to defeat the other party. Meanwhile, if it was just the 2 of them as ordinary bronze plate disciples of the Tianyang faction, they could defeat a 10th-ranked disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, then the glory they would obtain would be too great. In the blink of an eye, as the 2 of them attacked, their extremely powerful spirit arts had already gathered in the sky, causing the weather to change. The 9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9, E9 Yang 9 Yang 9, E9 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 Yang 9, E9. Yang 9, E9 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 Yang. As he displayed his power, 9 sons of Yin and Yang appeared above his head, exuding an indescribably shocking destructive power. As for the other Tianyang disciple, an illusory figure appeared above his head. He could vaguely make out that it was an ancient giant crocodile. Even though this ancient giant crocodile is only this image was modeled and illusory, but the aura that permeated the air was still extremely ferocious. When the giant crocodile moved slightly, it could easily shatter the surrounding space like tofu. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the primordial giant crocodile would be if its true body were to descend. All in all, when the giant crocodile and the 9 sons of Yin and Yang appeared in the sky, it was enough to cause the other Cloud Sky and Tianyang faction disciples to feel suffocated. None of them had the thought of being able to block such a ferocious attack. In truth, just the aura of such an attack was already terrifying to the extreme. In their opinion, only the 10th-ranked disciples of the Tianyang faction, or in other words, the people from the Tianfujing 4th floor, had the strength to block it. Such a situation naturally made the 4 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction more worried. It also made the numerous disciples of the Tianyang faction excited. Thinking about it, relying on such an attack, their small group that was spread out could really achieve the feat of slaughtering the 10th-ranked disciples. Although they didn't personally do it, to be able to bask in the glory was also an honor. At the same time, looking at the surging attack, Yan Chutian's face was still calm. Only at the last moment before the attack truly descended did he lightly step with his right foot. He wasn't a person who purposely acted mysterious, which was why he didn't panic when the hidden Tianyang faction disciple appeared. Naturally, he had used his spiritual eye to sense the latter. Since he had sensed it, how could he not prepare to deal with such a situation? Wang Yan Chutian's right foot lightly stepped on the ground. An unassuming buzzing sound suddenly rang out. However, along with this unassuming action, there was a dazzling spiritual light that charged into the sky around him. Vaguely, an extremely majestic array appeared between the heavens and the earth. As for this formation, not to mention the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, even the disciples of the Tianyang faction wouldn't be unfamiliar with it, because this was the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Formation. The name of the Great Thousand Spirit slaughtering formation was simply too famous, not to mention the disciple that Yen Chutian defeated when he ascended to the position of the #1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace was from the Tianyang faction. Great Thousand Spirit slaughtering formation? How is this possible? He actually knows the array Tao and can even set up the Great Thousand Spirit slaughtering formation? How is this possible? In an instant, the expressions of the few disciples of the Tianyang faction changed. Actually, not to mention them, even Zhang Heng and the other person who were fighting with Yen Chutian had a drastic change in expression. However, they weren't stupid people. They knew that there was no way out now, so they gritted their teeth and advanced instead of retreating. They even completely unleashed their spiritual spells. They didn't believe it, even if it was, so what if it was the Great Thousand Spirit slaughtering formation? Regardless of how much attainments the other party had in the array Tao, so what if he had? Today, they would break this formation as well. As the two of them gritted their teeth, the power in Yen Chutian's palm surged as he controlled the Great Thousand Spirit slaughtering formation, crazily absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth. Back then, when he set up the Great Thousand Spirit slaughtering formation, it could absorb the surrounding heaven and earth within 100 feet. But now, it wasn't just 100 feet. One could see that as it absorbed, the wind and clouds of heaven and earth changed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet was crazily swept over. Apart from that, the spiritual energy of the earth was also guided out and surged into the Great Thousand Spirit slaughtering formation. With so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering, a green arm quickly appeared in the world. When the green arm appeared without any hesitation, it gently pressed down and fiercely collided with the giant crocodile's afterimage and the power of the 9 yin-yang suns. Instantly, a majestic roar resounded in the world. The shock wave that spread out even broke open the earth, forcing the spectating disciples to circulate their spiritual energy to protect themselves as they continuously retreated. The shock wave wreaked havoc, but the disciples of both sides didn't even blink as they stared at the center of the world where the spiritual energy was wreaking havoc. Because at this moment, no matter which side it was, they couldn't be sure who would have the last laugh. As for the result, it would ultimately decide which side of the disciples present today would be eliminated. At the same time as the energy wreaked havoc, the hearts of the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction that rushed over shook. They had a premonition that no matter how fast they rushed over, they were still a step too late. The result would be revealed soon. The energy ripples wreaked havoc for a long time before finally calming down. Along with the calmness of the energy ripples, the broken space crack between heaven and earth slowly closed up. However, who would pay attention to such a scene? Many pairs of eyes hurriedly looked downwards. Finally, when the final ripples calmed down, a figure finally appeared in everyone's line of sight. A figure was silently standing on the broken earth. At the same time, they seemed to be holding something in their hands. This scene caused the disciples of the Tianyang faction to suddenly think of something, and their faces abruptly changed, because this made them think of what Yen Chutian was holding. Apart from the nameplate to control the disciples of the various factions and establish themselves in the Great Sky Desert, what else could it be? And where did the nameplate in his hands come from? Naturally, it could only be from Heng and Zhou Kuang, who had been hiding. In other words, Lin Fan was fighting 1 against 2, and it was their Tianyang faction that was defeated. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 7:23. They had never imagined that Zhang Heng and Zhou Kuang would be defeated in the blink of an eye. Then someone roared. How could they care about anything else? Spiritual energy surged out of their bodies as they quickly fled into the distance. They knew very well that even Zhang Heng and Zhou Kuang had been defeated by the other party. They were just small fries, not to mention small fries like them. If they stayed, they would only give the other party time to grab and crush their nameplates. slowly crushing the nameplate in his hand. Yen Chutian glanced at the two figures that were gradually being teleported away. He didn't stay for long. Instead, he directly stomped his right foot and rushed toward one of the Tianyang disciples who was fleeing in all directions. He had already said that since these guys had beaten up his disciples, he would naturally get his revenge one by one. As for now, it was time for him to get his revenge. At the same time, even though the scene in front of them had shocked the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, they immediately revealed expressions of ecstasy and followed Yen Chutian closely. At this time, they naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to beat the dog in the water. After a while, when all the disciples of the Tianyang faction had been eliminated by Yen Chutian or the other disciples, they quickly descended in front of the 4 unconscious disciples who had been captured by the other party. It was also at this moment that several figures rushed over from the distant horizon and landed on the crystal marrow mine. When they saw that Yen Chutian and the others were actually safe and sound, they couldn't help but be shocked. The disciple who had been deliberately released rushed forward and said anxiously, "Chief Yen, it's all my fault. I didn't think that this was a scheme set up by the other party. Chief Yen, are you okay? Where are the disciples of the Tianyang faction?" Following the disciple, the other bronze disciple also stepped forward and asked anxiously. At the same time, they also looked away and scanned the surroundings with extreme vigilance. However, what puzzled them the most was that there was clearly an extremely terrifying battle erupting here just a moment ago. How could a disciple of the Tianyang branch have disappeared? Just as they were puzzled, a bronze plate disciple who came with Yen Chutian immediately stepped forward. With a faint smile on his face, he quickly narrated the events that had just transpired. As they listened to the shocking scenes, the expressions of these disciples fluctuated. When they heard that Yen Chutian had defeated 2 third-level Heaven Palace stage disciples from the Tianyang faction by himself, deep shock surfaced on their faces. Although Yen Chutian wasn't a person with a face that was as thin as a sheet of paper, he still felt a little uncomfortable when someone was talking about him so closely, and when he heard the undisguised shock on his face. Hence, he coughed dryly and continued, "All right, hurry up and treat the 4 of them. At the same time, take away this crystal marrow mine." Hearing Yen Chutian's words, all the bronze disciple nodded in unison, a look of respect on their faces. Then, as Yen Chutian had said, half of the disciples began to treat the unconscious disciple, while the other half began to rapidly collect the crystal essences in the crystal essence mine. Yen Chutian himself sat cross-legged on a huge rock above the crystal marrow mine. As he spread out his perception, he also circulated the xianyang, condensing qi to quickly recover the energy he had consumed. Overall, the result of this battle was extremely satisfactory to him. In particular, the power of the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array had increased a lot as he stepped into the Heaven Palace stage. Of course, in general, those 2 people were at the same level as Qian Wanren. Otherwise, if it had been 2 of the top 10 disciples like their Cloud Sky bloodline back then, the situation today would have become extremely troublesome. After all, Yen Chutian was very clear that there were opportunities everywhere in the world. Since those guys could become the top 10 disciples, they naturally had their own strengths. As he sat cross-legged in silence, he sensed that the unconscious disciples had finally woken up one by one. When they woke up, they all looked panicked and hurriedly scanned their surroundings. It was only after a long time that they calmed down and learned what had happened after hearing the continuous reports of others. Half a day later, the few disciples who had been searching for the crystal marrow mine returned one by one. Then, without needing Yen Chutian to do anything, they directly placed the top crystal marrow in front of Yen Chutian. Seeing this, Yen Chutian did not find it strange, because he understood the principle that those who were capable would get more. His previous performance must have completely intimidated them. Therefore, he calmly put away the 2 quasi-third-grade crystal marrow. However, just as he put away the crystal marrow, an injured bronze disciple at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace stage suddenly stepped forward and said slowly, Chief Yen, we have another piece of news to report. News? Yen Chutian's expression changed, and he motioned for the disciple to continue. Seeing this, the disciple naturally did not hesitate and hurriedly told Yen Chutian what he had heard when he and the others were detained. After a while, Yen Chutian finally understood. It turned out that Zhang Heng and Zhou Kuang had received the news and were preparing to meet up with a team that had discovered a crystal marrow mine with at least third-grade crystal marrow. As for the reason for meeting up, it was naturally simple. It was because there were crystal marrow beasts in the crystal marrow mine that were close to the size of the Tianfujing fourth floor. So much so that they were wondering if they should tell the chief of their team, who was also one of the top 10 disciples of the Tianyang faction, about this piece of news. However, Yen Chutian felt that it was a pity that they did not hear the specific location of the crystal marrow mine. They only knew the general direction. Moreover, there was no way to know whether or not they had informed the chief of the top 10 disciples of the Tianyang faction. Regardless, Yen Chutian's eyes shone brightly. He had already decided that he could not miss out on that crystal marrow mine. The possibility of the existence of a fourth-grade crystal marrow was enough to motivate him to go and explore it. However, even if he wanted to go, he could not bring so many people with him. After all, it was very likely that the Tianyang faction's bronze disciples were already in the hinterland. The fewer people there were, the more likely it was for him to escape unscathed. Otherwise, no matter how many people there were, they would only be eliminated by the other party. With this thought in mind, Yen Chutian did not hide his intentions. After pondering for a while, he slowly explained his intentions. Hearing Yen Chutian's intentions, the expressions of the disciples changed. They very much wanted to propose to go together with the former, but they all knew that even if they went together, they would only be a burden. Therefore, in the end, these bronze disciples did not speak. Instead, they listened to Yen Chutian's instructions and tried their best to get closer to Mu Yi's location as indicated by the compass. After watching these disciples leave, Yen Chutian finally looked in the general direction that the bronze disciple had pointed out. He had a feeling that he might be able to gain a lot this time. At the same time, Yen Chutian was looking at a short mountain some distance away. Nearly 10 figures were hiding around the mountain, ready to make a move. Yen Chutian was not unfamiliar with the robes of these figures, because these people were the Tianyang faction's disciples. These Tianyang faction's disciples were hiding, their gazes firmly fixed on the short mountain. They could clearly see that there were many ferocious marrow beasts on the short mountain. The aura of some of the marrow beasts was extremely close to the Tianfujing fourth floor. It was enough to make a third-level Tianfujing cultivator feel a lot of pressure. Zhuyang, those marrow beasts are not weak. I'm afraid that even Zhang Heng and Zhou Kuang won't be able to deal with them. Behind a huge rock, a figure in purple robes spoke slowly to another figure not far away. His cultivation was not weak, having already stepped into the third level of Tianfujing. It was just that he had deliberately concealed his voice, so it was inaudible. The person called Zhuyang did not hesitate when he heard this, and immediately replied, "We have to give it a try. Otherwise, if we let Wang Bei come, we will have nothing to do with the majority of the marrow crystal mine." As Zhu Yang's voice faded, the purple figure did not object. After all, like the former, he naturally hoped that he could obtain as much marrow crystal mine as possible. It was exactly as he had said. If Wang Bei were to come, the situation would indeed be much easier. However, this also meant that the things they could get would be greatly reduced. Chapter 724. Thousands of miles above the ground, a figure swiftly streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, heading straight ahead. Only when the faintly discernible hills appeared on the ground ahead did the flying figure gradually slow down. At the same time, a mysterious concealment force appeared on his body, continuously weakening his aura. This flying figure was naturally Yen Chutian. If the direction he pointed in wasn't wrong, then the crystal marrow mine should be in the hilly area up ahead. It seemed that hard work paid off. After another few thousand feet, Yan Chutian had already entered the depths of the hilly area. He finally discovered that there were several auras hidden under an inconspicuous, short mountain in front of him. At the same time, he could also feel that the crystal marrow aura surging from the short mountain had already reached a certain level of density. He even foresaw that there would definitely be a large number of marrow beasts roaming about on the short mountain. Yan Chutian never believed in such coincidences in this world. Hence, such a coincidence was most likely inevitable. In other words, the short mountain ahead was his destination. However, even though he had already found his destination, Yan Chutian still did not act rashly. After all, he did not know whether or not there were other fellows hidden in the dark. If there really was someone among the 10 disciples of the Tianyang faction, it would be extremely dangerous for him to act rashly. After all, he was currently all alone. Hiding in the dark, Yan Chutian's gaze was always fixed on the short mountain ahead, paying more attention to the 10 auras around it. Only after half a day had passed did he gradually become certain that there were only these few Tianyang disciples outside the crystal marrow mine. In other words, they should not have notified the 10 disciples. Yan Chutian could understand this. It was likely that the Tianyang disciples were all thinking of obtaining more crystal marrow. If the 10 disciples were summoned, regardless of the reason, they would definitely not be fated to obtain the majority of the crystal marrow. Regarding this, Yan Chutian had to secretly thank them. Otherwise, if a disciple of the Tianyang faction really appeared, even he would not dare to casually appear and fight for it. Now that he knew this, he would naturally not continue to hide. Instead, he began to set up spirit formations around the mountain range. Since there was a simpler method, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't foolishly waste his energy. Therefore, without the 10 or so Tianyang disciples noticing, Yan Chutian had already gradually set up an enormous formation around them. Another half a day passed, and when everything was ready, he finally slowly rose into the air. The moment Yan Chutian rose into the air, the aura of cultivation that was no longer hidden was released. Immediately, the 10 auras of cultivators around the short mountain were all stunned. Then, all of their gazes converged on him. When they gathered, every single one of their expressions changed drastically, because before this, they had not sensed that there was someone secretly approaching them. "Who is it?" The purple-clothed youth immediately shouted coldly. His sharp gaze shot over, heading straight for Yan Chutian. On the other side, Zhu Yang's eyes were also cold, but as he swept his gaze over Yan Chutian, he also continuously scanned the surrounding area. However, what surprised him was that he actually did not sense any other cultivation aura around this figure that had suddenly appeared. Could it be that the other party had come alone? While the several Heavenly Sun faction disciples were on high alert, the source of all this, Yan Chutian unhurriedly said with a smile, "My Cloud Sky faction has taken a liking to this crystal marrow mine. All of you scram." Even though the other party was bewildered by Yan Chutian's words, there were still a few disciples who could not hold back the anger in their hearts and immediately mocked back. "You're courting death. This crystal marrow mine is owned by my Tianyang faction. Are you even qualified to snatch it? You don't know what you're talking about." In their anger, there were even people from the Tianyang faction who could not help but want to directly attack Yan Chutian. At the critical moment, Zhu Yang waved his hand and then continued to scan Yan Chutian. His eyes flickered, and in the end he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be the 10th ranked disciple surnamed Yan from the Cloud Sky faction." Hearing this, Yan Chutian was not surprised at all. After all, among the many 10th ranked disciples, his existence was extremely special, so it was not strange for the other party to be able to detect it from some details. At the same time, Zhu Yang did not stop and continued, "Looks like becoming a disciple of the 10th rank has given you quite a bit of courage. You actually dare to appear in front of us alone. However, you should know that my Tianyang faction is not something your declining Cloud Sky faction can compare to." Just me and, however, just as Zhu Yang continued to speak, Yan Chutian impatiently shook his head and mocked. All right, right. After saying so much, you are just worried that I will bring other disciples from the Cloud Sky faction. But I can very responsibly tell you that I, Yan Yun, am the only one who has come today. However, you were wrong about one thing earlier. In my eyes, the two of you are nothing more than cats and dogs, Yan Chutian ridiculed. Not to mention the other disciples, even Zhu Yang and the purple-clothed youth had faces full of anger. As the top bronze disciple of the Tianyang faction, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, under Zhu Yang's repeated glances, he was certain that the other party had truly appeared alone. Since the other party was alone, what else did he have to doubt? An unrestrained ridicule immediately surfaced on his face. Ah, I truly did not expect that such a useless faction like the Cloud Sky faction would actually produce such a person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that in our eyes your Cloud Sky bloodline's so-called top 10 disciples are nothing at all? Zhu Yang's words had already caused the faces of the many Tianyang faction disciples behind him to become high-spirited. As for the violet-clothed young man, he laughed with disdain, and then he said, Zhu Yang, why waste your breath on this piece of trash from the Cloud Sky clan? Once I kill him, he will naturally be aware of the difference between us and him. As his voice rang out, the purple-clothed youth did not wait for Zhu Yang's reply and had already shot explosively towards Yan Chutan. Seeing this, Zhu Yang did not say anything to stop him. After all, he was not clear about the true strength that Yan Chutian possessed. Therefore, at this moment, the purple-clothed youth's probing was the best situation. The purple-clothed youth soared into the air as the spiritual energy around him surged. The extremely tyrannical power immediately shattered the space and converged into a fist that smashed towards Yan Chutan. When this majestic fist shadow smashed down, it was also when a domineering and arrogant cold shout like before rang out. The one who will kill you is Hong Ye of the Tianyang faction. Boom! The power of the fist shook the heavens and the earth. As the tyrannical power descended, it did not stop as it charged towards the ground, causing quite a large imprint to appear on the ground. Seeing this scene, the morale of the Tianyang faction disciples behind naturally soared. From their point of view, Hong Ye's fist was likely enough to heavily injure the so-called Cloud Sky faction disciple. At the same time, although Zhu Yang was also praising Hong Ye's strength, Yan Chutian did not have any reaction as he watched the fist descend. In the end, there was still a strange feeling surging within his heart. After all, from his point of view, it was impossible for the other party to become a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction to be trash. Otherwise, the Cloud Sky faction would have long been suppressed by the Tianyang faction to the point where they could not even raise their heads. It would not be like now, where they were at the bottom of the 8 factions and were not completely powerless to resist. Very soon he obtained an answer. Along with the swift restoration of the torn space, everyone finally saw a figure standing perfectly fine on the messy ground. It was as if he wasn't affected by the attack from before at all. This scene caused the faces of the Tianyang faction disciples to stiffen, and it also caused Zhu Yang's expression to change slightly. Although he did not feel that the other party was extremely weak, the result before his eyes had also exceeded his expectations. Could it be that Hong Ye's attack did not affect him at all? Similarly, even Hong Ye himself had a change in expression at this moment. Although the fist just now was not a spiritual art, it was a full-strength attack. However, such a full-powered attack was actually unable to cause any damage to him? Was this fellow really only at the second level of the Heaven Palace stage? Chapter 725. It was a simple punch, but Hong Ye no longer dared to underestimate Yan Chutian. Similarly, Zhu Yang's face also changed. He was clear that Hong Ye's punch was real and there was nothing fake about it. However, even if he no longer underestimated Lin Yin, Hong Ye didn't hesitate for too long and quickly formed a fist. Along with the movement of his fist, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly rose. The most ferocious was the vast spiritual energy that surged out from his body. The spiritual energy was like an ocean, and when it surged out, it caused the space to collapse. Immediately after, a dark, giant dragon slowly rose from the sea of spiritual energy. The aura of the huge dark dragon was majestic, and the aura that it emitted was enough to make countless second-level Heavenly Palace realm cultivators back off. Clearly, due to the fact that Hongya had failed to accomplish anything earlier, he had started to attach importance to Yen Chutan. At the same time, he had also directly displayed his extremely powerful spirit skill. Dark Dragon Devour! In the next moment, Hongya let out a low roar. Along with his roar, the huge dark dragon that rose from the spiritual energy ocean had already raised its ferocious head, and its dark eyes locked onto Yen Chuan. Closely after, the huge dark dragon's tail shook, causing huge waves in the spiritual energy ocean. At the same time, the dragon's body smashed apart the space, crushing the heavens and earth as it charged towards Yen Chutan. When Hongya used the Dark Dragon Devour, the several Tianyang disciples behind all calmed down. It was obvious that they were extremely confident in Hongya's spiritual art, which was normal. After all, the power of the spiritual art that Hongya displayed could only be described as terrifying. At that moment, even Zhuyang had a calm expression on his face. Being at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, he was even more clear about the power of Hongya's Dark Dragon Devour. Thinking about it, even the weird and unpredictable Cloud Sky disciples wouldn't have it easy under Hongya's Dark Dragon Devour. Even if they weren't directly defeated, they would definitely be heavily injured. Therefore, under the convergence of countless gazes, the surging giant dragon finally descended above Yen Chutian's head. However, it was also at this moment that Yen Chutian gently lifted the seal in his hand. Immediately, an indescribable surge of energy gushed out. This attack was the mysterious Yang seal. In the next instant, the mysterious Yang seal lightly collided with the giant dark dragon. However, it was this kind of contact that was instantly sent flying, and an extremely huge energy ripple spread out. However, what happened next caused the expressions of countless Tianyang disciples to change drastically. That was because they were astonished to see that Hongya's Dark Dragon Devour had actually been momentarily delayed by his opponent's inexplicable palm. This moment seemed to be extremely short, but it had already caused the dark giant dragon to collapse a little. This kind of damage, even if it was just the slightest bit, was extremely fatal because under the palm of his opponent, the dark dragon was shattered layer by layer, causing Hongya to have no choice but to detonate his attack one step ahead of time. Only then did he avoid the dangerous situation. However, such an outcome had already caused Hongya's expression to become extremely ugly. After all, he had originally thought that his own attack would be able to directly defeat his opponent. The difference between his imagination and reality was too great. How could he so easily accept it? Seeing this scene, Zhuyang could no longer remain indifferent. That was because if this situation continued, Hongya might really be defeated by his opponent. If Hongya was defeated, even if he was alone, he didn't have much confidence in defeating his opponent. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit that Yen Chutian truly possessed extraordinary strength to be able to become one of the 10 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. At the very least, his strength was already a level stronger than ordinary disciples at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace stage. However, perhaps he should also rejoice that his opponent had come alone today. They weren't alone, but 2 people. This way, even if they weren't a match for him alone, the 2 of them should be able to suppress his opponent's strength if they work together. Hongya, let's attack together and finish this quickly, Zhuyang said in a low voice as he flew over. Although Hongya's expression was ugly, he didn't refuse in the end. After this simple exchange, even he had no choice but to admit that he didn't have much of a chance of victory if he were to fight his opponent alone. When the two of them worked together, although the Tianyang disciples behind them had calmed down, they were unable to speak arrogant words. After all, the two of them working together was disgraceful no matter how one looked at it. Moreover, it would have been fine if they hadn't said those words earlier, but now that they had, it seemed as if they wanted to slap Hangya's face. Facing the two of them working together, Yan Chutian's expression didn't change much because he already knew that he would eventually face such a situation. Moreover, wasn't his secret preparations for this very moment? Since the two of them were working together, he could also use his hidden trump cards. With that thought, Yan Chutian inadvertently took a few steps back and quietly walked to the center of the formation he had secretly set up. Seeing Yan Chutian take a step back, although Zhu Yang and Hangya didn't feel that it was glorious, they both felt that the other party knew that he wasn't their match and subconsciously took a step back. Thus, they naturally didn't have any hesitation. Spiritual energy surged as they both took a step forward and shot towards Yan Chutian. However, they didn't expect that at the same time as they shot out, Yan Chutian's right foot heavily stepped on the ground. Along with his actions, countless lights appeared in the surrounding hills and earth. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge formation in this part of the world. This formation wasn't unfamiliar. It was Yan Chutian's Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation. One had to say that Yan Chutian's Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation was too famous. The instant it appeared, even Zhu Yang and Hangya's expressions changed. Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation. The two of them exclaimed in unison as an extremely bad premonition rose in their hearts. However, how could Yan Chutian give them the time to consider? When the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation appeared, he immediately activated it and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy within 1,000 feet of him. As the wind and clouds surged, a huge azure arm condensed. The huge arm lightly moved and instantly crushed the space. The aura that spread out was already infinitely close to the Tianfujing fourth floor. Following that, the azure arm slowly pressed down, forcing Hangya and Zhu Yang, who were originally attacking, to continuously retreat. Layers of spiritual energy barriers formed around them. However, no matter how fast they formed their defenses, when the azure arm pressed down, the space that was crushed also shattered the layers of spiritual energy barriers around them. In the next instant, the azure arm collided with their bodies. Even with the protective spiritual energy, it caused their bodies to violently tremble. As blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths, they directly smashed into the ground below. Boom! The two of them heavily smashed into the ground. At the same time, a huge boom resounded, causing the hearts of the Tianyang disciples behind them to violently tremble. Even though they knew of the reputation of the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation, they never imagined that the combined strength of Zhu Yang and Hang would be defeated so quickly by the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation. However, very quickly, they were unable to say anything as their faces greatly changed. That was because the azure arm had already rapidly condensed within the Great Thousand Slaughtering Spirit Formation. And this time the direction of the cyan palm attack was actually where they were. He's going to attack us. Run. No one knew who cried out, but in an instant, the crowd wanted to scatter and escape. However, no matter how fast they moved, in the end it was only a moment ago that the cyan arm pressed down on them. Even if there were some who managed to escape, as the azure arm pressed down, the energy that spread out still caused their bodies to violently tremble. As if they had suffered a heavy blow, they directly fell to the ground. At the same time, Yan Chutian had already moved like a ghost. In a flash, he shattered the nameplates on those figures. A moment later, only Zhu Yang and Hangya were left. However, at this moment, the two of them were already heavily injured. Thus, they could only unwillingly stare at Yan Chutian, but there was nothing they could do. When Yan Chutian shattered their nameplates one after another, the two of them finally gritted their teeth and said, "Yan Yan, Wang Bei will not let you off." This time, Your Yun Tian lineage will still suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of my Tianyang lineage." Before the two of them finished speaking, they had already been teleported away. However, when he heard their ruthless words, Yen Chutian only smiled indifferently, because, in his opinion, ruthless words were just synonyms for the incompetence of a loser. Chapter 7:26. At the foot of the short mountain, violent fluctuations continued. However, after a quarter of an hour, they finally calmed down, accompanied by two curses filled with unwillingness. Yen Chutian sat down cross-legged and began to quietly recover from his exhaustion. Fortunately, he had set up the great thousand-slaughtering soul formation in advance, so his exhaustion was not great and he would be able to recover soon. If he had not set up this great formation in advance, even if the final result would not have changed, his exhaustion would have been several times greater. However, Yen Chutian did not have that much time to waste. Even though Zhu Yang and Hong Yi should not have told too many people about the crystal marrow mine, Yen Chutian knew that Zhu Yang and Hong Yi should not have told too many people about this crystal marrow mine. However, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be other disciples of the Heavenly Sun faction coincidentally arriving? For example, they had unwillingly mentioned Wang Bei's name earlier. Presumably, Wang Bei was the Tianyang 10th seat disciple who was directly related to them. If the former had led a group here, even if Yen Chutian was confident that he could leave safely, his purpose in coming here would have been a failure. One must know that his true purpose in coming here was to take away the crystal marrow in this crystal marrow mine. Therefore, after a short while, Yen Chutian, who had mostly recovered, quickly stood up and raised his head to look at the short mountain. In his line of sight, there were already many marrow beasts appearing and disappearing. In his senses, there was even a faint aura of marrow beasts that was close to the time-fuging fourth floor. Yen Chutian understood that it was precisely because of the aura of marrow beasts that Hanya and the others had not made a move. Otherwise, with such a crystal marrow mine right in front of them, they would have already pounced on it like wolves and tigers. Unfortunately, although Yen Chutian wanted to thank these marrow beasts, they were still extremely troublesome existences to him. In particular, the faint aura of marrow beasts that was close to the time-fuging fourth floor gave him quite a bit of pressure. Although the true strength of these marrow beasts could not compare to that of human practitioners of the same level, they were still an extremely terrifying force when added to the countless other marrow beasts of different levels. At the very least, this power gave Yen Chutian an even greater headache when facing Hongya and Zhu Yang. But no matter what, it was impossible for him to give up on this crystal marrow mine. Thus, even if he had a headache after careful preparation, he could only brace himself and do it. The moment he ascended the short mountain, it was within Yen Chutian's expectations. The surrounding marrow beasts immediately locked their malevolent faces onto him. However, Yen Chutian didn't panic at all when facing these marrow beasts on the periphery. As the surrounding spiritual force surged, he could easily kill ordinary marrow beasts at the first or second level of the Heaven Palace realm. It wasn't until he entered the depths of the short mountain where the third level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast appeared that he finally felt the pressure. Although Yen Chutian was confident in suppressing a third level Heaven Palace realm essence beast, it was still troublesome when it was accompanied by numerous low-grade essence beasts. Furthermore, at this moment, he could feel a gaze that was even more oppressive than that of an ordinary third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast staring at him. Yen Chutian was very clear that this should be the marrow beast that was close to the time-fuging fourth floor. The current situation was already troublesome. If the even more troublesome marrow beast that was close to the time-fuging fourth floor joined in, it was easy to imagine how the situation would turn out. But at the same time, what made Yen Chutian's eyes light up was that he finally sensed an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow at a higher point of the short mountain. If it was before, he would indeed be worried that there might be fourth-grade crystal marrow in this short mountain's crystal marrow mine. But now, this worry had already disappeared. This was because the dense crystal marrow aura was much denser than the third-grade crystal marrow he had obtained before. Therefore, even if there wasn't a true fourth-grade crystal marrow in this crystal marrow mine, its grade was definitely extremely close. Thinking about it, it should be a quasi-fourth-grade crystal marrow. With this thought, Yan Chutian couldn't retreat at all. While the spiritual energy around him surged, the mysterious yang qi also continuously spread out. Under such circumstances, even a third-level Heaven Palace realm essence, beast, was annihilated by Yan Chutian's attack. As for the lower-grade essence beasts, countless of them had already died. They had all turned into specks of light and merged into the ground. Such a situation had obviously attracted the attention of the marrow beasts that were close to the Tianfujing fourth floor. Therefore, in the next moment, Yan Chutian could sense an extremely turbulent and fierce aura rushing towards him. Even though he was surrounded by essence beasts, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the power of this attack was much stronger than that of the surrounding third-level Heaven Palace realm essence beasts. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately used his profound shadow. His figure was like a ghost as he retreated to the right behind him. As he retreated, he looked over and saw a ferocious spirit beast with a surging aura. It was smashing the ground into pieces. As the essence beast raised its head, an extremely human-like, ferocious expression appeared on its face. Even though the essence beast didn't have any intelligence, it was still instinctively furious that its attack had missed. Facing this furious essence beast, Yan Chutian's expression was calm. At the same time, thoughts flashed in his mind as he quickly decided on a way to deal with it. Since he had already determined the location of the crystal marrow, there was no reason to fight this essence beast. Therefore, in his opinion, he might as well take the crystal marrow and run away like before. As Yan Chutian's thoughts flashed, the essence beast had already charged towards him once again. This time, Yan Chutian didn't retreat. His right foot gently stepped back. The next moment, as the ground cracked, he controlled his fist and blasted it forward. Although this fist was simple, what was more important was the mysterious yang energy contained within it. Bang! A beast and a fist, two disproportionate objects, collided with a loud bang. Immediately, a dull roar resounded. Then, one could clearly see Yan Chutian take a few steps back. Every step he took left a deep imprint on the ground. In contrast, the essence beast didn't move a single step. Its huge body stood on the ground, maintaining the situation where it had crashed into the ground and created a crater. However, in the next moment, the essence beast, which was originally as steady as a small mountain, suddenly trembled. Its originally ferocious face also changed in an extremely human-like manner. Yan Chutian knew very well that this was the eruption of the mysterious yang energy he had injected into the essence beast's body. How could he miss such an excellent opportunity? He immediately stomped on the ground and shot up, heading straight for the source of the rich crystal marrow aura that he had sensed earlier. However, his actions had obviously angered all the essence beasts. Therefore, when he shot out, countless essence beasts seemed to have sensed his intentions and pounced on him together. If any other second-level Heaven Palace cultivator were to face such a scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. After all, among the essence beasts that pounced on him, there were quite a number of third-level Heaven Palace cultivators, let alone second-level Heaven Palace cultivators. Only Yan Chutian could rely on his own foundation and the tyrannical power of the fourth-grade mysterious yang body. Forcefully and brutally killing, he was fearless. One after another, the essence beasts were torn apart by his fists and palms. Even if a few essence beasts could take advantage of the chaos to attack him, they were blocked by his spiritual energy defense. At the very least, the defensive ability of the fourth-grade mysterious yang body could reduce the power of the essence beast's attacks to a minimum. However, Yan Chutian once again felt that the essence beasts that were close to the Tianfujing fourth floor had locked their ferocious gazes on him, finally making him feel pressured. He did not have much confidence that he could block the frenzied attacks of another essence beast that was close to the Tian-fuging fourth floor level in such a chaotic situation. However, at this time he no longer had a way out. He could only grit his teeth and ignite the surrounding spiritual energy and even mysterious yang-qi, causing the space to distort and shatter. Relying on the chaos created, he finally approached the place where the crystal marrow aura was rich. When he finally approached, Yen Chutian did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and tore open the ground, killing several second-level Heaven Palace realm essence beasts along with it. The moment the ground was torn open, the crystal marrow aura that was several times richer than before instantly soared into the sky and lingered in the sky, not dissipating for a long time. This situation made Yen Chutian's eyes brighten. He realized that perhaps his previous words of "at least" were unnecessary. There really was a fourth-grade crystal marrow inside this crystal marrow mine. Chapter 7:27. Not to mention Yen Chutian. Even the eyes of the two Heavenly Sun lineage disciples narrowed when they sensed the turbulent spiritual energy ripples ahead. They were no fools. They had naturally sensed that they were already extremely close to the large crystal essence mine that the three lineages were contending for, including the Heavenly Sun lineage disciples. The reality was not beyond their expectations. Thousands of miles away, there were already many figures of heaven-dwelling stage youths gathered outside an extremely large crystal essence mine. The three gathered figures were clearly separated into three factions. They were the Heavenly Sun lineage, the Overlord Sword lineage, and the Yuntian lineage. In front of the disciples of the three factions stood the seated disciples, who stood above the ordinary disciples. This was also in line with the information Yen Chutian had heard. In front of the Heavenly Sun lineage stood a total of 3 seated disciples. More importantly, one of the seated disciples had already broken through to the 4th level of the heavenly dwelling stage. In comparison, although the Overlord Sword lineage and the Yuntian lineage each had 2 seated disciples in front of them, their momentum was much weaker. The Overlord Sword lineage and the Yuntian lineage clearly knew that they had no hope against the Heavenly Sun lineage alone. Hence, the 2 factions had already faintly formed an alliance. However, even if they joined forces, the 2 factions still seemed to be suppressed by the Heavenly Sun lineage in terms of momentum. This was normal. After all, the 2 factions had a total of 4 seated disciples. However, not a single one of them had truly stepped into the 4th level of the heavenly dwelling stage. The Heavenly Sun lineage disciples were similarly aware of this point, so there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they looked at the other 2 factions with arrogant gazes. The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a while, but no matter how much of a deadlock it would eventually be broken. The person who broke the deadlock was the Heavenly Sun lineage's 4th level heavenly dwelling stage disciple. He was short and small, and his appearance was ugly. If he were in the ordinary world, he would definitely be looked down upon and ridiculed by countless people. But here, no one dared to look down on him. Many of the beautiful female bronze medallions of the Heavenly Sun lineage even cast flirtatious glances at him. This was because he was a seated disciple of the Heavenly Sun lineage and had even stepped into the 4th level of the heavenly dwelling stage. There's no need for the Hegemon Sword lineage to oppose my Heavenly Sun lineage. As long as you can expel Yun Tian's grasshoppers, I, Shaoshan, will take responsibility and give you 30% of the large crystal essence mine. You should think this through. If you follow Yun Tian's faction, you'll be courting death. Not only will you get nothing in the end, but you will also be expelled from the Heaven Desert by my Heavenly Sun lineage. Xiao Shan's first words were a combination of threat and temptation. The eyes of the 2 seated disciples from the Hegemon Sword lineage flickered slightly. In truth, they weren't really moved by the other party's words, but by the threat. After all, they knew that even if they added up Yun Tian's faction, they still had one more disciple than Yun Tian. but in reality it was too risky to go against the Heavenly Son lineage. This was all because Xiao Shan had reached the 4th level of the Heavenly Dwelling Stage. The strength that a 4th level Heavenly Dwelling Stage cultivator could display was simply immeasurable. They couldn't guarantee that even 2/3 level Heavenly Dwelling disciples would be able to stop him. At the crucial moment, one of the seated disciples from Yun Tian's lineage hurriedly shouted to calm the Hegemon sword lineage disciple's mind. "Xiao Shan, you'd better not use such a clumsy method to sow discord and embarrass yourself. Who doesn't know the greed of your Heavenly Son lineage?" These extremely simple words were extremely limited, causing the eyes of the 2 Hegemon sword lineage disciples to swiftly calm down. They understood that no matter how much of a threat the Heavenly Son lineage posed, unless they gave up on the large crystal essence mine in front of them, it would be impossible for them to form a good relationship. But the problem was that they absolutely could not give up on such an opportunity. Hence, it was as the seated disciple from Yun Tian's lineage had said, the greedy Heavenly Son lineage was only trying to sow discord. It was likely that Xiao Shan was thinking of waiting for both sides to fight until both sides were seriously injured before suddenly attacking and eliminating both of their factions from the Heaven Desert in one fell swoop. At the same time, Xiao Shan no longer wasted his breath as he gazed at the Hegemon sword lineage disciples' gradually darkening eyes. His provocation was only a momentary attempt to tease both sides. It didn't matter even if he failed. He had already stepped into the 4th level of the Heavenly Dwelling Stage. So what if the other 2 factions, added up, had one more disciple than his side? He alone was confident that he could suppress the 2 of them. Hence, he no longer hid his intentions and directly mocked, "Haha, my Heavenly Son lineage will monopolize this crystal essence mine. What can you 2 do about it? If you know what's good for you, get lost while it's still early. Otherwise, I'll make both your factions lose 2 seated disciples today." These arrogant words immediately caused the morale of the Heavenly Son lineage disciples to soar. In contrast, the atmosphere between the disciples of the Cloud Sky lineage and the Hegemon sword lineage had become incomparably oppressive. After all, the other party was a little too arrogant. If the 2 factions combined did not dare to retaliate, it would be extremely humiliating. The seated disciples from both sides clearly understood that the other party was deliberately trying to provoke them. Hence, no words were needed as their gazes met. Both sides had already reached an agreement. No matter what, they needed to let the Heavenly Son lineage know that the other party could not easily deal with them. In the next instant, a seated disciple could be seen shooting out from both sides, heading straight towards the 2 people beside Xiao Shan. The gazes of the other 2 were as sharp as lightning as they stared at the Heavenly Son lineage disciple in the middle. It was Xiao Shan. However, Xiao Shan was still filled with disdain at this scene. In fact, he even ridiculed them. "Haha, looks like this is the foolish choice you guys have made in the end. Very well. Today, I'll blast all of you out of the Heaven Desert to prove to everyone that my Heavenly Son lineage is the true overlord of the firmament divine palace." As his voice rang out, the 3 seated disciples from the Heavenly Son lineage shot forward in unison. The intense battle was instantly ignited. The spiritual energy ripples from the collisions were enough to shatter space itself. It was hard to imagine just how astonishing the center of the collision was. At the same time, the disciples from the other 3 lineages did not make a move. They knew that this was not a battle that belonged to them. Furthermore, whichever side made the first move usually meant that their seated disciple was already at a disadvantage. Amidst the intense battle, the gazes of both sides ultimately converged on the center. It was the battle between the Heavenly Son lineages, Xiao Shan, and a seated disciple from the Yun Tian and Overlord sword lineages. This was because they could clearly see that the other 2 battles were between the 3rd level heavenly dwelling disciples of each lineage. Even if victory or defeat could be determined, it would be in minute details, and it would be a long and drawn-out battle. Hence, the most variable was naturally the battle between the former and the latter. After all, they weren't even able to clearly distinguish the difference in strength between the two sides. Although one side had two seated disciples, the other side's seated disciple had already stepped into the fourth level of the heavenly dwelling stage. Up in the sky, Xiao Shan controlled his spiritual energy as he stood. Moreover, the pressure that surged from his body was a level stronger than that of the other two. This was the source of his confidence. Even though he had just stepped into the fourth level of the heavenly dwelling stage, it gave him sufficient confidence to face off against two seated disciples like him, who were also at the third level of the heavenly dwelling stage. On the other hand, the disciples from the Cloud Sky lineage and the Overlord Sword lineage all had solemn expressions. They could also sense that the other party's pressure seemed to be a level stronger than the two of them. But since things had already developed to this point, there was already no room for retreat, because the two of them definitely wouldn't give the other party the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. After exchanging a glance, they immediately controlled their spiritual energy and shot forward. In the next instant, two fist imprints descended like falling stars. Space was completely destroyed wherever they passed. It was as if the entire world had been split apart as they smashed towards Xiao Shan's location. Chapter 728. Sensing the turbulent spiritual energy ripples in front of them, not only Yan Chutian, but even the two Tianyang disciples narrowed their eyes. They weren't fools. Naturally, they had already sensed that they were extremely close to the large crystal marrow mine that the three Tianyang disciples were fighting over. The reality was not out of their expectations. Thousands of miles away, there were already many Heaven Palace stage youths gathered outside an extremely large crystal marrow mine. These young cultivators were clearly divided into three factions. They were the Heavenly Sun faction, the Overlord Sword faction, and the Cloud Sky faction. In front of the three groups of disciples, there were disciples with seats that were above ordinary disciples. This was also in line with the news that Yan Chutian had heard. There were three disciples with seats in front of the Tianyang disciples. But more importantly, the cultivation of one of them had already broken through to the Tianfujing fourth floor. In comparison, although the Overlord Sword faction and the Cloud Sky faction each had two disciples guarding the front, their auras were much weaker. The Overlord Sword and Cloud Sky obviously knew that if they were to face off against the Tianyang disciples alone, there was no hope at all. Therefore, the two groups had already vaguely formed an alliance. However, even if they were to form an alliance, the two groups still seemed to be suppressed by the Tianyang disciples in terms of momentum. It was normal when one thought about it. After all, the two groups had 4 disciples with seats in total. However, not a single one of them had truly stepped onto the Tianfujing fourth floor. The Tianyang disciples also knew this, so there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they even looked at the other two groups with proud gazes. The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a while. But even if it was a deadlock, it would eventually be broken. The one who broke it was the Tianfujing fourth floor disciple from the Tianyang disciples. His body was short and small, and his appearance was ugly. If he was in the mortal world, he would definitely be looked down upon and ridiculed by countless people. But in this place, no one dared to look down on him. Many beautiful bronze plate female disciples in Tianyang's line were even more flirtatious. It was only because he was a disciple of the Tianyang faction and had stepped into the Tianfujing fourth floor. Haha! Why does the Overlord Sword faction need to oppose my Tianyang faction? As long as you can expel the Cloud Sky faction's grasshoppers, I, Xiao Shan, will make the decision to give you 3/10 of the large crystal marrow mine today. As for you all, you need to think this through clearly. If you follow the Cloud Sky bloodline and act recklessly, you will definitely die. Not only will you not get anything in the end, you will also be expelled from the heavenly desert by my Tianyang. As soon as Xiao Shan opened his mouth, he spoke both threats and temptations. This caused the eyes of the two Overlord Sword faction disciples to flicker slightly. In fact, they weren't really moved by the other party's offer of benefits, but by the threat. After all, They knew that even if they added up the number of disciples, they still had one more disciple than the Cloud Sky bloodline. But in reality, if they really went against the Tianyang faction, the risk was too great. All of this was because Xiao Shan had stepped into the Tianfujing fourth floor. The strength that a cultivator from the Tianfujing fourth floor could unleash was simply immeasurable. They couldn't be sure that even if two disciples of the third level of the Heaven Palace realm attacked together, they would still be able to block him. At the crucial moment, one of the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline hurriedly shouted to calm the hearts of the Overlord Sword Faction disciples. Xiao Shan, it's best that you don't use such a clumsy method of inciting discord to embarrass yourself. Who doesn't know about the greed of your Tianyang faction? These extremely simple words were extremely limited, causing the eyes of the two Overlord Sword Faction disciples to quickly calm down. They also understood that no matter how much of a threat the Tianyang faction posed, unless they gave up on the large crystal marrow mine in front of them, it was impossible for them to be on friendly terms. But the problem was that they definitely wouldn't give up on such an opportunity. Hence, just as the disciple of the Cloud Sky bloodline had said, the greedy Tianyang faction was only trying to drive a wedge between them. Xiao Shan's plan was to suddenly make a move when both sides were injured, eliminating both of their factions from the Sky Desert in one fell swoop. At the same time, looking in the direction of the Overlord Sword Faction disciples, Xiao Shan didn't waste any more words as his gaze gradually turned cold. This was because he only wanted to provoke the two factions for a moment. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. He had already stepped into the fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm. So what if the other two sides had one more disciple than his side? He was confident that he could suppress the two of them by himself. Hence, a moment later, he decided not to hide his intentions and directly mocked. Haha, my Tianyang faction wants to monopolize this crystal marrow mine. What can the two of you do? If you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, I'll make both of your factions lose 2 disciples today. His arrogant words immediately caused the morale of the Tianyang faction disciples to soar. On the other hand, the atmosphere between the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline and the Overlord Sword faction became incomparably stifling. After all, the other party was really too arrogant. If the two factions didn't dare to fight back, no matter how one put it, they would feel even more humiliated. The disciples of both factions clearly understood that the other party was deliberately trying to hurt them. Hence, after exchanging glances, both sides reached an agreement without any words. No matter what, they had to let the Tianyang faction know that they weren't people that the other party could easily bully. In the next moment, a disciple with a seat shot out from both sides, directly facing the two people around Xiao Shan. As for the other two, their gazes were as sharp as lightning as they directly looked at the one in the center of the 3 disciples of the Tianyang faction. It was Xiao Shan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shan was still very disdainful and even mocked. Haha, looks like this is the stupid choice you made in the end. That's fine too. Today, I'll kick all of you out of the desert and prove to everyone that my Tianyang faction is the true overlord of the Firmament God Palace. As his voice faded, the 3 disciples of the Tianyang faction, led by him, all shot out. An intense battle instantly ignited. The spiritual energy ripples that spread out from the collision were enough to shatter space. It was extremely difficult to imagine just how shocking the situation at the center of the collision was. At the same time, the disciples of the 3 factions didn't rashly make a move, because they knew that this wasn't a battle that belonged to their level of confrontation. Moreover, whichever side made the first move usually meant that the disciples of that side were already at a disadvantage. In the midst of the intense battle, the focus of both sides' gazes ultimately met at the center, where Xiao Shan of the Tianyang faction and a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction were fighting. This was because they could clearly see that the other 2 battles were between the disciples of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Even if the victor could be decided, it would be in a fine moment and a long battle would take place. Hence, the most variable was naturally the battle between the former. After all, Even if the strength of both sides were equal, they still couldn't clearly differentiate. Although one side had 2 disciples, the other side's disciple had already stepped into the time-fuging 4th floor. In the sky, Shaoshan controlled his spiritual energy and stood. Moreover, the pressure that surged out from his body was a level stronger than that of the other 2 people standing opposite him. This was the source of his confidence. After stepping into the time-fuging 4th floor, even if it wasn't long ago, it gave him sufficient confidence to face the other 2 disciples of the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm who were on the same level as him. In contrast, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction all had solemn expressions. This was because they could feel that the other party's pressure was a level stronger than the 2 of them. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no longer any possibility of retreat. This was because the 2 of them definitely wouldn't give the other party the opportunity to attack. After exchanging a glance, they immediately controlled their spiritual energy and shot out. Immediately after, 2 fist imprints were like falling stars. Everywhere they passed, space was destroyed. It was as if the entire world was being split apart as they blasted toward Shaoshan. Chapter 729. The 2 fists came crashing down. At this moment, the power that swept over was something that even the top bronze disciple of the various factions did not dare to face head-on. However, Shaoshan did not panic in the face of such an attack. There was even a faint smile on his face. It was as if the combined attack of the 2 was nothing in his eyes. When the 2 attacks finally tore through the sky and descended, he slowly raised his palm. In the palm of his hand, a dark light was faintly discernible, eroding Yuan's shield. As Shaoshan's indifferent voice sounded, the dark light in his hand suddenly expanded. As the dark light surged, it slowly condensed into a dark light shield. The instant the dark light shield was formed, the 2 fists tore through the air and heavily smashed onto the shield. However, after the fists that had been imposing from the beginning, it was difficult for them to display such astonishing power. In fact, under everyone's perception, the position of the fists was constantly weakening. As for the dark shield, it appeared even more solid and steady. It was as if no matter how powerful the attack was, it would be difficult to break through it. Such a situation had already made the crowd feel something. At the same time, Shaoshan, who was behind the dark shield, did not hide his pride as his mocking words slowly sounded from behind the shield. My eroding Yuan shield can corrode attacks to strengthen itself. Unless it is a power that can break through in one strike, your attacks will only be nourishment to strengthen the shield. Hearing this, the expressions of the disciples in front of the shield naturally changed. However, they were after all people who had experienced many storms. Therefore, in a short moment, the 2 of them simultaneously launched their attacks. As for the attack this time, it had an aura that was comparable to that of the previous fist strike. Clearly, the 2 of them did not want to test and hold back after failing to achieve the first time they worked together. Thousand Swords Greeting! Great Desolation Finger! When their auras rose steadily and reached the final peak, the 2 of them let out a low roar. Immediately after, the Surging Soul Art attacks exploded. One could see countless tiny light swords rushing into the sky above the head of the Overlord Sword faction's disciple. As it shot down, countless swords of light intersected and fused together. A heavy sword with a magnificent aura gradually appeared in the world. On the other side, it was as if a barren land had been opened up between the heavens and the earth. However, in the next instant, an indescribable sense of desolation began to continuously fuse from this barren land, after which a huge dark gray finger gradually appeared and hung high in the sky. A finger and a sword appeared at the same time. At this moment, the ripples and aura that spread out were many times stronger than before. To be precise, this was clearly a qualitative change. It was also because of this that the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction finally regained some of their composure. Come to think of it, Even if that Tianyang disciple's dark shield was strong, it would not be able to block it as easily as before, right? The result was revealed in the blink of an eye. When the sword and finger were completely formed, they hesitated for a moment. Then, they controlled a frightening power that could tear apart the world as they smashed towards the dark shield. Bang! As the heavy sword descended, a domineering aura was completely revealed. The thick and heavy power vividly displayed the word, Overlord, of the Overlord sword faction. The great desolation finger also fully displayed the power of desolation. The power that surged out seemed to be able to turn others into a part of the desolation and completely destroy them, without even truly touching them. However, when these two overbearing powers descended on the dark shield, they were still unable to advance even an inch, just like before. This scene involuntarily caused the expressions of the Overlord sword faction and the Cloud Sky faction's disciples to change. Could it be that even the combined strength of the seated disciples from their two factions were unable to break the defensive shield of the Tianyang disciple? Crack! Fortunately, a clear cracking sound was finally emitted from the dark shield while the expressions of the disciples from the two factions were uncertain. At the same time, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to see that there were already two eye-catching cracks that were gradually spreading on the dark shield. This scene finally caused the disciples from the two factions to inwardly heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the combined strength of the seated disciples from the two factions were unable to break the other party's defensive shield, it would be a little too hard to accept. On the dark shield, the cracks continued to spread. In a dozen breaths, they had spread to the entire surface of the shield, making it appear extremely dilapidated. This scene caused the disciples from the two factions to calm down a lot. However, it caused the two seated disciples who were fighting with Xiaoshan to keenly sense a trace of strangeness. In the next instant, when the two of them looked over, they suddenly discovered that Xiaoshan, who was behind the dark shield, had unknowingly disappeared. Instantly, alarm bells rang in their hearts. However, just as the two of them were about to sense it, a cold sneer had already sounded in their ears. TSK, what a good attack. Then it's time for you to have a taste of the power of my origin eroding finger. The instant the cold sneer fell, the two of them could clearly feel an extreme sense of danger fiercely attacking from behind. This sense of danger was simply too strong, to the point that the two of them couldn't care less and suddenly shot forward. At the same time, they didn't even turn their heads as they continuously condensed a spiritual energy barrier behind them. However, even if the two of them reacted so quickly, that sense of danger still penetrated their layers of defenses in an instant and ruthlessly bombarded their respective protective spiritual energies. Bang! Bang! Two dull and heavy sounds rang out one after another. Immediately after, everyone could clearly see the two figures smashing into the ground like cannonballs. Behind them, the seated disciple of the Tianyang faction, Xiaoshan, had already strangely appeared. The sudden change caused some of the disciples to be unable to react in time. They simply couldn't imagine that the combined forces of the seated disciples from the two factions would be able to break the other party's powerful defensive shield. However, only a few breaths of time had passed. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? The sudden situation caused the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction to be in disbelief. However, at the same time, it caused the aura of the Tianyang faction to rise once again. Because this scene was caused by their leading seated disciple, Xiaoshan, who had joined forces with the seated disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction to forcefully strike them down from the sky. Mighty Chief Xiao! Mighty Chief Xiao! Immediately after, countless cheers rang out from the Heavenly Sun faction's camp. Such a situation caused the aura of the disciples from the two factions to weaken even more. On the ground, two figures shot up one after another. They were the seated disciples from the two factions that had been struck down from the sky by Xiaoshan. Although it had only been an instant, they had all shot up together. However, the scene of them being struck down and the sorry state they were in right now were all real. Thus, how could the expressions of the two be good? High up in the sky, Xiao Shan controlled his spiritual energy to stand in the air. At this moment, the power of the origin eroding finger that lingered in front of him finally dissipated. He looked down from above at the two sorry-looking figures below. A mocking smile involuntarily appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. "Haha, how does my origin eroding finger taste?" Unfortunately, it was a little rushed. Otherwise, your current appearances would be much more interesting. Xiao Shan's words naturally caused the faces of the two to turn even uglier. However, no matter how angry they were, they could only endure it. Because if they were angry now, they would only lose their rationality. Taking in a few deep breaths, they forced themselves to calm down. Following which, their faces turned dark and cold as they shot out at the same time, heading straight for Xiao Shan. If it was before, it was still to fight for the crystal marrow mine. But now, it was to fight for their own reputation. If they were defeated so miserably in front of so many people, then what face would they have left to continue being seated disciples? Facing the violent attacks of the two, Xiao Shan only smiled in disdain. Previously, he was still a little uncertain. However, after a simple exchange of blows, he was confident that he could defeat the two of them. After all, until now, he had only just entered the Tianfujing fourth floor, and he had yet to use his full strength. Haha, since you don't know what's good for you, then all the disciples from the two factions can scram out of this desert world. Chapter 730. High up in the sky, the intense battle continued to reach a climax. However, everyone could tell that Xiao Shan was continuously suppressing the other two while the battle reached a climax. In other words, it was likely that he would emerge victorious in the end of this fierce battle. It was this scene that caused the disciples of the Overlord Sword faction and the Cloud Sky faction around the Crystal Marrow Mine to panic. It was just as Xiao Shan had said. If the disciples of their two factions joined forces, they would be defeated by him. In that case, there was no need for them to escape. They would be eliminated from the vast desert world along with them. It seemed that whatever they were worried about would happen. In the next instant, Xiao Shan raised his fist. Immediately, powerful spiritual energy tore through the air. An origin eroding finger appeared in the sky and attacked the two. Seeing this, the two disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction did not dare to underestimate Xiao Shan. However, they still had the confidence to resist. After all, even if they were attacked by this spiritual art in a hurry, they did not suffer any serious injuries. They only appeared to be in a sorry state. And this time, they had ample time to gather their own defenses. When the origin eroding finger descended, spiritual energy flooded the area in front of them. It was an extremely majestic spiritual energy defense. Under the layers of overlapping spiritual energy, it was enough to block any extremely powerful attack. However, if someone could see Xiao Shan's face at this moment, they would be able to see that there was no helplessness on his face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. In the next instant, the origin eroding finger completely descended and bombarded the layers of spiritual energy defense. At the moment of impact, although the explosion was quite loud and a layer of energy ripples spread out, the origin eroding finger did not tear through the spiritual energy defense. This scene caused the disciples of the two factions to secretly sigh in relief. It also made the two disciples of the Overlord Sword faction feel much more relaxed. From the looks of it, their opponent was not so powerful that even the two of them together could not contend against him. As long as they were careful and cautious, they would be able to face him head-on. However, the moment this thought appeared in their minds, an indescribable dark light appeared on the tip of the origin eroding finger that bombarded their defenses. Next, under the illumination of the dark light, the power of the origin eroding finger increased. In a few breaths' time, cracks began to spread on their defenses. It was extremely terrifying. How is this possible? At the first moment, the disciples of the two factions opposite him cried out in alarm. This was because even they couldn't understand why the spirit art that should have been blocked by them would suddenly erupt with such shocking power. This scene was also noticed by the disciples from the two factions. Immediately, their originally relieved expressions turned incomparably tense, like before. Could it be that their two factions were really going to be defeated by Tianyang's faction today? At the same time, high up in the sky, Xiao Shan no longer concealed the ridicule on his face. He generously made a gesture, and as he did so, the world's spirit chi was distorted and transformed, and the power of the origin eroding finger erupted once again. In the face of this eruption, even the spirit power defenses of the disciples of the two factions were unable to withstand it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spiritual energy defense was completely shattered, and the two figures once again fell straight into the ground. Boom! A huge amount of dust and energy soared into the sky as the roar sounded. This time, the disciples of the two factions were blasted back and could no longer rush up as quickly as before. Instead, they remained in a stalemate for more than 10 breaths before finally controlling their spiritual energy to rise up. However, even if they rose up again, everyone could clearly sense that not only were the two of them in an even more miserable state than before, but more importantly, their cultivation auras were not as full as before. Clearly, the power of Xiao Shan's origin eroding finger was truly terrifying. Moreover, after this, if someone was paying attention, they would be able to discover that Xiao Shan had already disappeared from the sky. This made them involuntarily think of a possibility. Xiao Shan was probably going to take the initiative to attack. Xiao Shan's power was already extremely terrifying without taking the initiative to attack. If he took the initiative to attack, it wasn't hard to imagine what the outcome would be. At the same time, the expressions of the disciples of the two factions abruptly changed. However, they couldn't care about their own situation and hurriedly released their spiritual energy to protect themselves. However, no matter how much spiritual energy they released to protect themselves, when the figure approached like a ghost and the attacks continued to descend. The two of them had strong defenses, but like a piece of glass, they were continuously torn apart. Not long after, the two of them were blasted into the ground once again. However, this time, after being blasted into the ground, they didn't rise up again until the dust scattered. Looking over, the two of them were in such a sorry state that it could even be said to be miserable as they were firmly embedded in the ground. If it weren't for the two of them being able to raise their heads, they would have been mistaken for two corpses. In the sky, looking down at the two people in such a sorry state, Xiao Shan stood proudly with an undisguised cold smile on his face. He had already made it clear that today the disciples of the two factions would be eliminated by his hands. Haha, then which faction's seat disciples' nameplate should I break first? He looked down at the ground, deliberately not restraining his tone, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. The disciples of the Overlord Sword faction and the Cloud Sky faction who were fighting with the disciples of the Tianyang faction were unable to do anything. After all, the person fighting with them was also one of the 10 disciples of the Tianyang faction. Both sides were evenly matched, so how could they free up their hands to help the other? Moreover, they understood that even if they did free up their hands, they wouldn't be able to change anything. Because on the ground below, how could any of the two people whose fates were in Xiao Shan's hands be weaker than them? In other words, the eyes of the remaining disciples of the two factions were dim, because they knew that today the disciples of their two factions, including the 4 seat disciples, would all be eliminated and completely wiped out. In the sky, Xiao Shan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then, without any explanation, he directly charged towards the extremely dispirited Cloud Sky faction disciple on the ground. Obviously, he had set him as the first target to be eliminated. Although he appeared arrogant, when Xiao Shan attacked, he was extremely swift and decisive. Vast spiritual energy surged and gathered, and along with his fist, he suddenly smashed down. His target wasn't just the nameplate, but as he shattered the nameplate, he also wanted to heavily injure the other party as much as possible. The power of the fist tore through the sky and descended. This scene caused the disciples of the Tianyang faction to be excited, but at the same time, it naturally caused the disciples of the two factions, especially the Cloud Sky faction, to be extremely depressed. The disciples of the Cloud Sky faction didn't need to say anything. They could clearly see that their disciples were about to be eliminated, and half of them would be expelled as well. As for the disciples of the Overlord Sword faction, they naturally knew that if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. With the Cloud Sky faction's disciples eliminated, it would be their Overlord Sword faction's turn next. But even if they knew, they couldn't do anything to stop it. With their strength, they couldn't change anything at all. Moreover, they wouldn't even have the chance to interfere. After all, on the other side, the disciples of the Tianyang faction who were glaring at them covetously weren't just there for show. Therefore, at this moment, many disciples were like the two-seat disciples from before. Their eyes dimmed, and they even closed them, unable to bear to watch. Today, their result was already destined. They could only suffer a crushing defeat. Boom! A huge rumbling sound suddenly resounded heavily after a moment. At the same time that the rumbling sound resounded, many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction had already prepared themselves for the fate of being eliminated. However, as they waited, 1 breath or 2 breaths of time continued to pass, and the power of elimination that they imagined never came. This immediately caused many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to be puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that there was a problem with the so-called elimination of the seat disciples? But how was this possible? This was something jointly created by the upper echelons of the 8 factions. How could there be such a huge flaw? But what exactly was going on? Chapter 731. Many disciples had puzzled looks on their faces. Therefore, they couldn't help but look in the direction where Xiao Shan's punch landed. The moment they saw it, the expressions of all the disciples froze, because they could see that Xiao Shan was still maintaining his posture of punching down. However, even if he maintained his posture, the might of his fist was unable to fall any further. It was even more impossible for him to injure the Cloud Sky faction's seated disciple who was on the verge of death, because between the two, a slightly thin figure stood with his hands raised. Boundless spiritual energy gushed out from his raised palms, propping up a dazzling light screen that blocked Xiao Shan's attack. Many disciples' faces froze, but the Cloud Sky faction's disciples were stunned for a moment. When they saw the face of the figure that had suddenly appeared, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. The person who had come was one of the 10 seated disciples of their Cloud Sky faction, Yen Yin. Seat Yen. Seat Yen. Innumerable excited and uncontrollable shouts continuously sounded from the Cloud Sky faction's camp. Only the heavens knew how much despair they had fallen into just now. So at this moment, another disciple of their Cloud Sky faction had suddenly appeared. How could they not be excited? At the same time, the seated disciple of the Cloud Sky faction beneath Yen Chutian also widened his eyes. He never imagined that Xiao Shan would suddenly appear at the last moment. However, while he was pleasantly surprised, a deep sense of worry appeared in his heart and even on his face. In his opinion, even if Yen Chutian appeared, he wouldn't be able to change anything. The strength of the Tianyang factions, Xiao Shan was already something that the seated disciples at the 3rd level of the Sky Palace realm couldn't contend against. At the same time, the Overlord Sword faction's disciples also roughly understood the situation. However, although this situation caused their expressions to change slightly, they ultimately didn't feel that it would change anything. After all, Xiao Shan's strength was obvious to all of them. Even if the seated disciples of their 2 factions worked together, they still lost at his hands. So what if the Cloud Sky faction had one more seated disciple? The result would probably be that Xiao Shan would eliminate another group of disciples from the 8 factions today. The power of Xiao Shan's fists bombarded Yan Chutian's light screen for a long time, but in the end, they couldn't break it and could only retreat. At the same time, Yan Chutian grabbed the seated disciples from the two factions. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated to the back. At this moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Yan Chutian did not expect that he would witness such a critical scene as soon as he arrived. If he had been even a step slower, this disciple of the Cloud Sky faction would have had his nameplate shattered and been eliminated. Even the bronze plate disciples under him would be eliminated. Fortunately, he made it in time at the last moment. This shocking change was also witnessed by many of the Tianyang disciples. At first, they were all shocked, but then they revealed looks of ridicule. They had already clearly witnessed Xiao Shan's strength. Hence, in their opinion, even if the Cloud Sky faction had an additional disciple, it would not have any effect at all. Instead, it would only cause them to eliminate another group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction today. When Yan Chutian retreated to the two factions, the Overlord Sword faction's seated disciple could not speak, but the Cloud Sky faction's seated disciple could not help but speak. Yan Yun, you shouldn't have appeared. Xiao Shan's cultivation has already broken through to the Tian-Fujing 4th floor. Even if I join forces with the Overlord Sword faction's seated disciple, we are not his match. You are alone. Senior Brother Ge, you should focus on recovering first. As for that fellow from the Tianyang faction, I will naturally block him for you. Before the other party could finish speaking, Yan Chutian interrupted him. Hearing this, the Cloud Sky faction's seated disciple, Gushan, could not help but stiffen. Because he spoke with good intentions. But why did the other party's tone say that he was doing something unnecessary? Hence, Gushan did not say anything else. Just like Yan Chutian said, he sat down cross-legged and began to recover. Seeing Gushan's reaction, Yan Chutian knew that he had good intentions. But even if he knew, what could he do? Gushan did not know his situation, so how could he talk? At this moment, Xiao Shan, who had been staring at Yan Chutian for a long time from several hundred feet away, finally spoke in a dark and cold voice. I didn't expect the Cloud Sky faction to send another person to die so quickly. If I'm not wrong, you should be the Cloud Sky faction's seated disciple with the surname Yan. Xiao Shan's cold voice rang out. Yan Chutian did not hesitate any longer. He turned around and controlled his spiritual energy to face Xiao Shan. Facing off against Yan Chutian at such a close distance, Xiao Shan could clearly sense that although the former's cultivation was not at the initial second level of the Sky Palace realm, it was really at the second level of the Sky Palace realm. However, it was true that the other party had blocked his attack. Hence, even though he spoke arrogantly in his heart, he had already classified Yan Chutian as a strange person. He would not underestimate him in the slightest. In the past, he would not be like this. But ever since he fought with a new disciple from the Tianyang faction, he who had suffered would not underestimate such a person. In contrast to Xiao Shan, although Yan Chutian was serious, he was not afraid. The current him was already at the peak of the second level of the Sky Palace realm. Even if he could not defeat the cultivators from the Tian-Fujing 4th floor, the other party, who had obviously just entered the Tian-Fujing 4th floor, could forget about showing off in front of him. While both sides were serious in their hearts, the disciples from the other three factions did not feel the same way. In their eyes, Yan Chutian's appearance would not change the outcome. Hence, the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction were in low spirits. As for the Tianyang faction, the atmosphere was still high. In the eyes of many Tianyang faction disciples, Yan Chutian's appearance would only make the results of today's battle even more glorious. As if spurred by such an atmosphere, although Xiao Shan did not underestimate Yan Chutian, he was still confident that he would be able to defeat him. After all, in his eyes, no matter how strange the other party was, it was impossible for a Sky Palace realm cultivator to cross 2 levels to do anything to him. After all, Even the strange new disciple from the Tianyang faction was only able to face off against Wang Bei of the Tianfujing fourth floor after stepping into the third level of the Sky Palace realm. In the next moment, he no longer hesitated. This was because he was afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. Otherwise, if more disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the Overlord Sword faction arrived, the result of today's battle would be difficult to predict. As such, Xiao Shan suddenly burst out, the spiritual energy on his arms converging. The surging aura had already reached a level that even the third level of the Sky Palace realm would find difficult to resist. Since he was only fighting against one person, Xiao Shan naturally had to display more of his dominance. At the same time, although Gushan was still angry at Yan Chutian, he did not think that the other party would really fight against Xiao Shan. His heart was still filled with worry at the first moment. He was not too concerned about Yan Chutian, but if the other party was defeated, then the subsequent defeat would still fall on their shoulders. However, he found it hard to imagine that the other party could face off against Xiao Shan. Although the other party had relied on his current cultivation to defeat Qian Wanren half a month ago, Gushan was still on par with him. However, that 10 million ren was at most on par with him. It should be known that Xiao Shan was defeated even when he joined forces with that disciple of the Overlord Sword bloodline. Although he could see that the current Yan Chutian was no longer the same person who had just entered the second level of the Sky Palace realm, he still had not stepped into the third level of the Sky Palace realm. There was a difference of 2 levels, so how could he fight against the Tianfujing fourth floor Xiao Shan? However, no matter how he thought about it, the fact that the two of them were going to face off against each other was already an unchangeable fact. At the same time, the disciples from the other 2 seats were still fighting fiercely. However, at this moment, they had clearly slowed down their movements. In other words, they were also paying attention to how the battle between Yan Chutian and Xiao Shan would turn out. It could be said that under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Yan Chutian's expression was calm as he faced the figure whose arm was wreaking havoc with powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. However, when Xiao Shan suddenly disappeared, he also moved like a ghost. In the next dozens of breaths, the 2 figures disappeared from everyone's sight. After a while, Xiao Shan's short figure was finally revealed. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that he was not a match for the former in terms of movement technique.